This is a clouds weather alert.
Good Wednesday morning, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center giving you the latest right now on some severe weather potential across the region. Our first severe thunderstorm warning just being issued here a few moments ago as we're looking toward some of our western areas. A severe thunderstorm warning in effect here until 8:45 this morning in our viewing circle for parts of Franklin, Gadsden, as well as Leon, Liberty, Wakulla there in the Florida counties, and then Decatur, Miller, and Seminole in the Georgia counties. We have some of that damaging wind gust potential here, the storyline in play, but maybe also a quick spin up tornado that can't be ruled out either. We got to watch for that potential here this morning as well to see if some of that tries to come to fruition. I know we have this tornado warning in play for another few minutes in the central time zone, really, as we're looking out there toward parts of Gulf and Bay counties. We're watching that threat there in the panhandle of Florida. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado out there, and we'll have to see if any of that acts and kind of gets extended toward the east here with the warnings. We'll just kind of have to see if a tornado warning were to get extended here with that. Right now, I'm not seeing the rotation. Maybe it's clear on the Doppler radar technology. So that's the good news there, but that could change pretty rapidly. There's a tornado watch in play for our counties of Liberty and Franklin here this morning, but they're the only two in our viewing circle underneath the tornado watch for now, but we could have some extensions done to that or a new watch issued depending on how the convective trends here kind of work with us here this morning. So it's a pretty complicated setup, and we have the low pressure here. It's also causing snow toward areas there in the heartland of the country this morning, or quite a bit of snow. But here on the southern flank of things, we have the severe threat, even some gusty winds. I know some of these gusts are pretty noteworthy out ahead of the line. You see 33 toward Tallahassee there, Tallahassee Airport, 32 Perry there, 33 in Thomasville. You can see here we have some gusts here in the teens and 20s as we get further out toward the east as well. So definitely noteworthy indeed, as I know I'm looking at my anemometer, a gust of 13 miles an hour just a little while ago here east of Stark, as that beep indicates that they're canceling the tornado warning here out toward the west, just outside of the covered area that's been in play here for parts of Bay and Gulf counties here this morning. That tornado warning being dropped by the National Weather Service there in Tallahassee. So there won't be any tornado warnings on the board, but again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning coming into our picture. The tornado warning was not in our area. It was something, though, that had a chance to enter into our coverage area, but for now, at least, that's not going to be the case. But we got to watch for quick spin-ups here today. That threat will be with us, so we have to just be on guard. Continue to get the latest updates here. You just got to pay attention. I know FSU students are going to be watching, FAMU, TCC students there toward Tallahassee, because this line will eventually be coming in towards Leon County here. It'll still be a little bit longer before that happens, but we got to really watch that situation there as we look toward Tallahassee, toward that area there, the state capital, of course. As we're watching things on the Doppler, you can see toward Port St. Joe we have smacks, and this is rotating a little bit to the southwest of Port St. Joe, so that could be something here that could prompt a tornado warning later on. We've had quite a few tornado warnings there toward that Panama City television market this morning. I know a lot of that threat really trying to stay south of Interstate 10 with the tornado potential here so far, and that kind of looks like it could become the case here still as we enter toward our counties as well. But we'll just kind of have to wait and see with that. I know south of Interstate 10 there is where we're kind of seeing the higher parameters here, the better chance of this stuff being surface-based in general. We just have to kind of keep monitoring the situation here to see how things kind of play out with us, just to kind of see how the situation does evolve in terms of that damage potential. I know we had some debris signatures there in the Panama City area earlier. Don't think we've had anything really significant, but that'll be something that the Weather Service will have to go out there and survey based on those debris signatures. So that's kind of something to take into consideration here. I know just a lot of different factors here of the scenario that we have to watch here on this Wednesday morning, on this January 25th, 2023. Again, we're continuing our coverage right now. We're trying to give you guys the latest information here to protect you, your friends, and your family. No active tornado warnings in the market area, but we're going to be monitoring things. It's been a long few months here in the Weather Center, and another long day is ahead. So that's what we're kind of following along with There's now a new severe thunderstorm warning being issued by the office in Tallahassee for parts of Bay, Calhoun, Gulf, Jackson, and Seminole counties now. So they're still seeing some of this action take its time moving out of the area there off toward the west. So they've had to reissue a new warning out that way. It looks like you see that pop up on the screen here in just a second. I know you can see here a yellow box that's in play right now. This action's trying to come in, but now another warning with that tornado possible tag in it being issued at 8:30 Eastern time. There's 7:30 Central time out toward the west. That kind of gets some more areas here included as we're watching this situation, as we're monitoring things on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch for you this morning. We're just kind of seeing all the different trends. You see how they've kind of added that other polygon in there because this hadn't really moved out of the other area yet that's west of the current one. So they're trying to make sure everybody's accounted for here this morning at the office in Tallahassee. That warning there is for Blountstown, Port St. Joe, Mexico Beach, as well as Stonemill Creek, Chattahoochee, Tyndall Air Force Base, Weewahitska, Sneed, Grand Ridge, Alta, Honeyville, Clarksville, some of those surrounding areas as well. So like the Cipolla Cutoff, Cape Sandblast, Cipolla itself there as well. So I just wanted to be kind of monitoring things with the trends here on the Doppler this morning. You can see this accent again trying to come into the picture, the movement. According to the office there in Tallahassee, it looks like it's about, they're saying, that's interesting, they're saying southeast at 20 miles an hour. Though I think the other polygon has northeast, so I think they may be kind of tracking some individual areas, but in general, that movement would be off toward the northeast, it looks like here this morning as we're watching this scenario. So the polygon out ahead is speed actually northeast of 55 versus the one behind. It says southeast of 20, but I think it kind of gets tricky here at times with this, the overall, what you're tracking, if you're tracking the line, if you're tracking the storms, just the overall scenario here. But we are generally, I'll kind of back this up for you again. I'll actually load some of our previous frames so we will see what I'm talking about here. This morning. I'll zoom out a little bit. Again, the warning right now for parts in our area of Franklin, Gadsden, Leon, Liberty, McCullough, Decatur, Miller, and Seminole counties here until about 8:45 and another one input 8:30, kind of clipping some areas here of the viewing circle as well. But let me go ahead and kind of bat this up now. You'll be able to see what I'm talking about with the movement here. Really, that movement really is more northeast. So this kind of scene, situation here. I mean, all the warnings going back to Texas have been northeast. I think that might have just been more of a mistake there by the Weather Service saying southeast there, but because all of our indicators are saying northeast as well. So again, just kind of watching things here this morning. We're just kind of seeing what's going on, watching all these different trends along this line. A lot of this really hadn't gotten to the area yet. That's why I'm kind of not really focusing too many spots here in detail, on too many spots in detail. But I do see an area of rotation in eastern Jackson County that bears watching. This is there right just north of Interstate 10. I know as we get further north, in theory, the tornado threat would go down. That surface base concern or maybe something really trying to get down to the surface because of the different parameters in play might go down some. But this is west of Chattahoochee there. Along, it looks like Lawrence Airport Drive. We'll watch that. We have a little bit of wind also coming into Donaldsonville right now in our area. So it says 26 miles an hour. I was reading there at the airport just a little while ago, the municipal airport. But looks like a little bit of weak rotation trying to emerge. I know we're on the Tallahassee radar right now. We're going between different modes here. I'll check our rotation tracker, but it kind of puts it all together. Here for you this morning. So let me go ahead and switch back over to that. If you were to see here, I'll take the yellow off too because sometimes it kind of blends in our colored area there that was kind of really sewing up there. We had it all filled in. Now taking that off so you guys get a better look at what's going on. So there's some weak rotation southwest of Donaldsonville. More weak rotation just west of Chattahoochee as we were just pinpointing. And then there's an area west of Weewahitska we're watching as well. That could be an issue in the word our covered area as well over the next little bit. So you see some areas off of Port St. Joe there too to the west. This could be an issue for some of our southwestern Big Bend counties here over the next little bit. So just got to be kind of paying attention as they go between some of our different radar modes. I know our tornado parameters are down here. You see these numbers on yesterday. We had some purples on here. We had 3s showing up. In some areas, these are down to more like a 1 parameter, which is still noteworthy. I mean, this time of day here, coupled with some other parameters here in play, this is one of our energy values. The other one was still on it more, again, confined there toward the south. This shows it here. Our other mode here on the Cape values shows some of that kind of trying to surge in enough here, but our surface-based Cape is kind of limited here at this point. I mean, I'm looking at the values. It's not set up on a color table with 200, 300 joules per kilogram here closer to the coast. So that's kind of limiting this threat to some degree here, as we really don't have much further up to the north. But this dynamic setup here doesn't need a lot of energy to take hold and become problematic for some of our different communities here. So it can be a little bit tricky at times. I know I don't want to just focus all on the energy values, but we do have that risk here today. Let me go ahead and see our risk area. If you're just kind of tuning into the east, maybe wondering what's going on. It's just in our new update, it looks like. This is brand new information. I know right before I was coming on, it looks like they did send it out. I'm looking here in the chat. They kind of trimmed back this tornado risk a little bit. It's 5% tornado risk. They've trimmed it back here and confined it to parts really in our area of McCullough, Leon, Gadsden, Liberty, and Franklin. So that's some good news. So maybe a local extension of the tornado watch, but otherwise, we'll kind of have to see what they do with this after that, because there is a wind risk that goes much further. This is a severe damaging type of risk here for those winds they're trying to reach down to the surface. This risk here goes to about Lake City, over toward Brunswick, and then it kind of slacks off some towards Stark and Gainesville, but the winds are already strong enough here that really above the surface that it doesn't take as much with already the strong winds coming down ahead of things to become problematic. So we got to be kind of careful here. It could cause some power outages even out ahead of the main line here. That could definitely be a storyline here this morning. You can see here, seeing some of these winds here. I know you can't really read the METARs, but I'll go ahead and read some of them for you. 26 knots, 26 knots there toward Tallahassee, 22 knots there as we get closer toward Valdosta. So those are generally there as we're getting a little bit under tropical force. But it's got an update from Kelly Gotzi there with the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. So let me go ahead and see what he's telling us here in the chat. He's saying that the update here as about 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Central is that the line of severe storms continue to really move across the eastern Florida panhandle and into the western Florida, Big Bend, and extreme southwestern Georgia. The strongest winds are along a line there from Mexico Beach to near Plunchtown to Chattahoochee to Donaldsonville, and all along this line, there's potential for damaging winds in excess of 60 miles an hour. Under the models, our HRRR has been showing this for a while. Even if a tornado threat goes down, we could have quite a few power outages. Could be dangerous to walk around maybe campus there at FSU, FAMU, TCC this morning. So gotta be really careful. And there's also that spin-up tornado potential, though. They're still emphasized that we could still get some spin-ups here. We had some storms actually developing out ahead during the overnight, but we're not really seeing that here at this point. That'd probably be capable of producing tornadic activity. We didn't really see that development, but the instability is more limited inland there. But there could be a need for tornado warnings within the larger severe thunderstorm warned areas, some of those smaller areas that we were kind of pinpointing, but still could have some gusty winds to the remainder of South Georgia, even if we don't have severe conditions further on up like we might pretty soon toward Bainbridge, but already are seeing toward Donaldsonville. So kind of trying to see what's happening here with the Doppler radar examination. So you can see we have that area of rotation just off Port St. Joe. This could get us a tornado warning for parts of Franklin here pretty soon if we're not careful. The way that's kind of developing on us, we've got quite a few to the west. This might get into our market area here pretty soon. So we'll be watching that. Let's go to the north real quick. I want to see the whole system. We don't have an active tornado warning in play here in our market area, because we'll have to kind of focus a little more once we do, or if we do. But you see our low pressure there centered not too far to the south of Evansville, Indiana, more centered there northwest of Nashville. And it's been a crazy scenario because some areas have stayed warmer than they were supposed to, and they didn't get snow. Other areas getting quite a bit of snow here with the winter side of things. I know looking up there towards southeastern Missouri, they're still getting some snow here this morning. It looks like toward Perry County, Missouri, 6 inches fell there. I was looking for maybe 4 to 8 in that area, and 6 inches is falling. So kind of in line with some of my thinking here behind the scenes in the Weather Center. 7 inches toward Farmington, Missouri. You see a few inches toward St. Louis as we're looking at some different things here, and even Chicago getting that snow as well. You can see all that snow that fell in northern Arkansas, 10 inches in some areas, some terrain areas there. Really would kind of help to maybe emphasize and escalate that snow threat a little bit. But again, I'm just kind of interested to see the whole pattern here at large, to see kind of what's going on here. And this is the southern flank here. We have the pattern here where we have that wind shift here as we're looking ahead into toward the timeline. I know we'll be watching that here. As we're looking, you can see some of that shift of the wind here. It's not as pronounced in some ways at first, but I mean, with that southerly flow right now, bringing that warmer air, that's what we're going to get in the 80s today, and towards some of these areas further on over could get 80s. I mean, look at that, by the way, that gust there. That's kind of interesting, just coming in there toward parts of eastern. Looks like either Duval or Nassau. My eyes are kind of, it is Duval, so my eyes are kind of a little bit working a little bit under level here, I guess you could say, but you get the idea. We're talking about a gust of 41 miles an hour there recently toward the Mayport area, so they're in toward parts of Duval County. So again, we're just going to keep watching things with the trends here on the radar. Again, we got to watch that storm that was still in the rotation. We'll also get an update here. We're getting an update from the chat session in Jacksonville now. Al Sandrick with the Weather Service in Jacksonville saying he's looking at the 0 to 3 kilometer storm relative velocity there. The predicted spin in air close to the ground is what storm relative velocity stands for. Kind of helps maybe there in layman's terms for the viewer to understand what we mean. So it looks to him that if they realize an isolated tornado or two in the Jacksonville area, it would be west of 75. Again, isolated tornadoes, quick spin-ups, the most likely mode of any tornadic development, possibly so short-lived they fall between radar volume scans. So we could have something like what we had in McCulloch County back on Sunday. We don't ever get a formal warning, but we get a tornado touchdown and cause some damage. So got to be careful. Got to remain alert here today. Otherwise, the dynamics mechanics look to be the driving factor, with the wind gusts being the most likely severe impact across the slight risk area. And it looks like they have so much strong wind flow with the low-level jet close to the ground. It won't take much to mix things in. So I know we're getting another update from Kelly Gotchi now. He's monitoring in Tallahassee jurisdiction an area of stronger wind, 50 to 60 miles an hour on radar between Grand Ridge here and to just north of Bluntstown, moving east-northeast, and this will be crossing the Apalachicola River in about 15 minutes into western Gadsden and northwestern Liberty counties. So the severe weather really starting to come into our area here with a little bit more force now, potentially. Even if we don't have a tornado warning in play, you got to be really careful. Here this morning, you got to be really mindful of what could happen. It's important for the east here to be just having those devices charged up just in case here in this type of scenario. So, I mean, these temperatures are just so warm for this time of year. Let me go ahead and switch things over. Infrared satellite we go now. You see some of the colder cloud tops, especially right near the Gulf Coast. And that's where we're seeing some of the stronger winds here, potentially on radar. Maybe some of those areas of rotation that could cause us problems in terms of maybe getting tornado warnings issued. So I'm looking between some of our different modes here, and let me see what I have on our storm relative velocity right now. I mean, we're kind of switching between different readers even. I want to switch back. This one kind of shows it here maybe a little bit better. So let me go ahead and go back to the radar back at Eglin Air Force Base for some of this action coming toward Gulf and Franklin. This is broad rotation, but it's showing some rotation there, and also some just there near Weewahitska. That is right now maybe just under what you need for a tornado warning. In some of these areas, I don't think they're quite tight enough, but that area this coming storm may get one. We'll see. We'll see what the Weather Service decides to do. That seems like a maybe more favorable spot, a more favored spot here for some of that development here this morning. So we're just going to have to kind of wait and see as we watch this. Again, no active tornado warnings right now within our 62 counties or anywhere in the country for that matter. The 2 thunderstorm warnings we're watching right on the doorstep here and starting to move in toward our coverage area. So let me go ahead and check here what we want to say, you guys. We have our graphics here we can go to. So these are your tornado safety tips. So make sure you charge those devices for that potential threat. Have multiple ways to receive alerts here that tornado warning could get issued, and that would mean a tornado would have been detected using radar or spotted. In those situations, you want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. We're just going to have to be kind of mindful. I know we're not expecting at this point anything like we saw toward the Houston television market yesterday, where they had their first ever tornado emergency within the National Weather Service in Houston jurisdiction anyway. That was pretty incredible, not in a good way to see. I mean, over 2 decades of tornado emergencies, never had one until yesterday in that Houston Weather Service CWA. So, we've had, so many market areas here, TV market. I think I might have had one in the Houston TV market in years past, but in the actual Weather Service jurisdiction, never had one until yesterday, as we're looking at some different things. Had in the Tallahassee area for the Albany tornado, but never had one in the Houston area. They've had their Sarah flash-flood emergencies, but never a tornado emergency until yesterday. And again, we're not expecting anything like that here. At this point, I'm pretty comfortable in saying that. The threat is not quite as high as it could have been, but it's still not zero. It could still be dangerous. We don't want folks here to be at school, at work, caught off guard. There is a tornado threat. There's a tornado watch in play for Liberty and Franklin counties here, technically until 11 a.m. Didn't really want to post that too much because that's probably going to kind of be shifted around here or canceled out here before 11 a.m. So we've had that on our maps here this morning as we were streaming that radar during the night. But I'll go ahead and see your enhancement to the scale. I know the dam is like what we saw toward maybe East Texas, there, Southeast Texas, and then in Southwest Louisiana, more than that considerable to severe rains. But what we would probably see today will be in that moderate to maybe just edging in that considerable range. I know we had that tornado that was in EF2 and Adel, that area there toward Cook County back on Sunday. And that's probably about the maximum type of tornado strength we would see today. It might even get lucky and not get anything quite that severe. We were thinking today would be a more dangerous day than Sunday. We had our logo red for today, but it seems like it's going to be more widespread threat today, but maybe we get lucky. It's not 100% said and done, but we might get lucky and not get as much tornadic activity. We'll wait and see. We got pretty high on that scale back on Sunday, but we'll be here for all of our 62 counties here today. We're watching this potential for severe weather. Wakulla County, Liberty, Franklin, Leon, Gadsden, some of the action that we're watching seems to be threatening to some of those communities here a little bit more. Seminole, Decatur, we're watching you guys as well, as we're just kind of paying attention here as we're looking at our graphics. So again, you see a TVS signature there. Let me see if that, it looks like it's trying to tighten up a little bit there, just northeast of Wewaitska there. So let me go ahead and kind of continue to watch this here. I know we're getting an update of continuing a thunderstorm warning as we're watching this threat, but I'll go ahead and kind of see you guys what's going on. I'm going to step out of the way real quick. In fact, just give me a second here. I want to see you guys some of the areas that could be in line later on. I'm kind of in the way of that. When we zoom out, you can see them, but I mean, when we're zoomed in, it's just a little bit easier to do it like this. So again, continuing to watch here this scenario as it does evolve here this morning. Some different areas of rotation on storm relative velocity mode. Definitely worth noting here. So I'm going to step back in the shot now. I just wanted to kind of give you guys that perspective here this morning, as we could have some tornado warnings issued. We got to watch Tallahassee. We had a 2% marginal risk. We ended up having a tornado hit at an airport there, at the airport in Tallahassee back not too long ago. I guess it was probably 2 years ago now. It's been so crazy keeping up with the years during the last few. I believe that's been about 2 years now, though, since the Tallahassee airport got hit by that tornado. Just kind of incredible here how long it's been. That was just a marginal risk day. This is actually a slight risk day. So gotta be careful here, even though things don't look as bad at points. We have that daytime heating at least trying to come into play here, and that could be a problem for us here at times, especially until we get this action past Tallahassee. So we got to be careful. We got to be paying attention. I know we talked about that timeline earlier on for Tallahassee. We said 9 to 1, and at this point, I mean, it's going to be probably starting in Tallahassee maybe around 9 or so at that very early edge of that timeline that we were kind of setting up for you guys. So again, you see Bainbridge there getting some of this toward Decatur County. Some heavy rain as well, and Kelly Gotti's telling us about that now. in the chat session. He's saying instantaneous rainfall rate along the line are rather high, 3 to 4 inches per hour, but the overall line movement is fast enough that we're observing rainfall totals in the 1 to 1.5 inch range along the line, and that could help with drought concerns to some degree. We just don't want the damage here from the severe conditions. But I'll be watching later this morning that the line has some potential to slow, particularly when moving through the Florida Big Bend. So maybe, I know we thought we might have some type of heavier rain threat back on Sunday. That never materialized, and I ended up kind of seeing a little bit of a role reversal here. We had more severe weather than we were thinking on Sunday, and less of that heavy rain potential. But we have less of that severe weather today, and more of that heavy rain potential. We'll see. But they're talking, as I go back to the chat here and refer to that, I'll be watching this potential with slower forward progress while maintaining the intensity could lead to localized flooding there, where the heavy rain did just occur a few days ago. So I know it's windy with that line of strong to severe storms today toward the Jacksonville area. They're re-emphasizing that here in the chat session. Just kind of telling us exactly what's going on here with this type of situation. And there are no active tornado warnings right now, but we're going to keep watching. While we have you with us here, I want to go ahead and go to some other graphics. We had our formal update last night, but maybe you guys are already in bed, especially if you're tuning in right now. You might have already been in bed. So we have our 7-day here for you from our update last night. I want to go over to that here, just to see, of course, that strong to severe storm potential today, that pretty high rain chance at 80%. But then you see the cooler air coming in as we look toward that Thursday. 61 degrees there on that Thursday, 60 on that Friday. It's a little bit cooler here in the timeline. You see those lows there dropping on down, dipping on down, whatever you want to use to describe it. Could have some frost, could have some freezing conditions toward Saturday morning here. Especially that looks to be the case. So even Friday we're seeing some of that cool air, but below average for this time of year as we're looking there toward Friday, Saturday morning with those lows. And we just got a tornado warning, so we'll just kind of drop out of the way real quick to say the rest of the 7-day. There you go. But you can get that at cloudweather.com/forecast. But we have a tornado warning. That's what we're on for, to track stuff like that. We just got one in Georgia. This is for parts of Baker, Miller, and Mitchell until 9 o'clock. So it's moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. A possible tornado into the community of Colquitt. So it's that area there really popping up there. And I need to switch to our Fort Rutger radar. So we now have a tornado warning. That's why we're on the air here with you folks, so we can give you this information as quick as possible so you guys can get that tornado safe spot. And there's not a tornado watch up here, but we were thinking there was a threat, and unfortunately it looks like the Weather Service now is having to see the same thing on their systems. They definitely agree that there's that potential here, and there's now a tornado warning for parts of Miller County. You see that rotation, that green and red coming together till 9 a.m. There's our box on the screen. So there's your green. There's your winds going toward the radar there at Fort Rutger. And then the red, there's your winds going away from the radar there at Fort Rutgers. You're seeing the increased rotation on the radar has led to a tornado warning for a storm just east of downtown Colquitt. And this includes Baker, Miller, and Mitchell counties. Until 9 o'clock this morning, the storm's moving to the northeast toward Newton, Georgia. So we need to get folks in shelter, interior room, away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. As we have those greens and reds coming together, we got to go ahead and get folks in shelter here. Possible tornado right near, it looks like Dutch Cook Road there, or maybe closer to State Route 91 North. Check for debris. Don't see any yet. It's in the tightest rotation I've ever seen here by any stretch, but we could have something spin up real quick and drop a tornado, our first one, and hopefully it's a limited number of ones here today. Our first tornado warning is in the market area here on this Wednesday. So let me go ahead and see what else we have. See if we have any questions real quick from the viewers. If you're just tuning in, we were going to take a break here, but obviously we're not going to do that now with this tornado warning here in play. Again, I don't see any questions right now, but if you have any, try to pass them along here to me, and I'll give you that answer here as soon as I see them for you guys. So let me go ahead and zoom back on over again. We're watching things on our Doppler source right now. Again, there's a tornado warning here in play. A tornado warning in play until 9 o'clock for parts of Baker, Miller, and Mitchell counties here. The indication here on the Doppler with a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Colquitt, moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour here. So we need to get folks in the interior room away from windows. Again, a possible tornado in South Georgia. This could be around Newton at about 8:50 west of Hawkinstown, Mimsville, Hopeful, as well as Mitchell County Airport under this warning. So even the Elmodale area, it looks like. So gotta be taking shelter here as we're looking at the Doppler. We'll go back to storm relative velocity mode. This is right there as you're going out of Colquitt, it looks like, as we look at the topography. It's not the tightest circulation I've ever seen, not as tight at this point anyway, what we saw in Cook County back on Sunday, but that was really weak in that one area, and then all of a sudden it tightened up. Kelly Gotchi now giving us an update on some circulation to the south. I know we have it on the Fort Rucker view. There's some circulation north of Weaver-Hitchcock. That may be what they're talking about here. An area in the Gulf, Calhoun line. Well, let me see. Yeah, that would be it. You can see it from that radar even as well. They're watching this rotation moving rapidly east-northeastward and approaching the Apalachicola River there, well south of Blountstown. A severe thunderstorm warning continues all along the line in Florida. But obviously the reason we're more concerned here right now is because of a tornado warning that's in effect until 9 o'clock this morning. A tornado warning in play here for parts of the market area. This is for parts of Baker, Miller, and Mitchell. You can see the greens and reds coming together here. Need to get folks in shelter. And the tornado warning covers can sometimes get a little repetitive here. We can kind of repeat ourselves here from time to time. But there's a tornado warning in place. You need to take action right now to protect yourself. Maybe folks there on the roads this morning don't want to be driving right now. If you're within this polygon, this area that's included is not just limited to parts of Miller County, but it includes parts of Baker and Mitchell, including the community there in Baker, Georgia of Newton. So if you're in Newton, take shelter. They're now preparing a tornado warning in the south as well now. So let me go ahead and go back to our other mode so we can kind of see this here in a little bit broader view. You see the warning in the north. You see our red box there. You see the circulation. You see there, not all that tight, but we saw this in the storm there in Cook County, a couple areas, and it really tightened up. And then there's a circulation right here. Calhoun, Liberty County. I think this is the area they're talking about. Just west of Orange, they're saying they're preparing a tornado warning there for Calhoun and Liberty. So Liberty is within the market area, Calhoun's not. But we know folks watch all over the internet here. And if you're tuning in, you need to be taking shelter now if you're around Orange. They're in the community of Orange in Liberty County. I know it's kind of rural out here, but we need to get to tornado safe spot. That tornado safe spot here right now. If you're in this area, tornado warning looks to be forthcoming according to the Weather Service there. A little bit of some issues there with this line trying to come together and rotate on us here. Not far from Woma there either. So tornado warning coming here. Soon back out. You can see we have the red box to the north. It's southwest of Albany by a pretty good ways right now. The tornado watch not in play up there, but that's just kind of the nature of things sometimes. We have a tornado warning here in play until 9 o'clock this morning. Again, there's your red box. You need to get in shelter, interior room away from windows. It's our policy to be on for any one of our 62 counties when we have a tornado warning storm moving through. And right now, potentially it could be moving through 3 of them. So new tornado warning there now. Make it 4, obviously, with Liberty County now under the tornado warning to the south. So let me make sure I zoom out a little bit more. This will pop up here very quickly on this source. A possible tornado there located 10 miles south of Blountstown, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour here. So a tornado warning for parts of Calhoun and Liberty counties now until 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central there. For those watching, if you happen to be watching this outside the area in Calhoun County, Liberty County, though, in that eastern time zone. And now a tornado warning here is in place. We're getting that word. And you see that box there. If this holds together, it could be a threat for Gadsden County a little bit later on. So we now have not just 1, but 2 tornado warnings here within the market area this morning. We need to get folks in shelter. They're starting to heat up on us, unfortunately, here with these radar-indicated circulations. Getting the interior room away from windows right now if you're in this area. So the information's telling us that this is a pretty rural area, as we were kind of telling you a moment ago. You can see there just northwest really of Orange where we have that spin. Let me move it past the logo there and zoom back out. But This is there over mainly rural areas of southeastern Calhoun County, southwestern Liberty County there, but it includes the following locations: Marysville as well there, as Rock Bluff, even over Bristol, so Hosford, Lowry too. So some of those communities under this warning right now, and you get in that interior room away from windows here right now if you're out in this area, in this red box. And another update on that storm to the north, the other tornado warning here in play now, also until 9 o'clock this morning in the eastern time zone. A tornado warning storm in Miller County is moving away from Colquitt, approaching the Miller-Baker County line. The rotation continues to be evident on both the Tallahassee and the Fort Rucker radars, and we're continuing to monitor that as the storm track will be near Newton over the next 20 minutes. I know we're kind of in a sparser populated area here at times, but it's maybe heading toward Newton and a little bit more populated. You can see that area. It's not the tightest in the world, but it's something to watch there. Definitely got to be taking shelter, taking that action just to be on the safe side here. We're just looking there, just looks like just north there of State Route 91, Georgia 91, and we're looking at some more topography information behind the scenes. So making sure you guys are staying aware here this morning. No tornado watch up there, but a tornado warning is in play until 9 o'clock. So they're talking about another update here now on the storm to the south, and they're about to go with another tornado warning as well now toward Port St. Joe. That's may get Franklin, I'm not sure, but they're not seeing it yet, so we'll talk about that in a moment. But there's a tornado warning storm now in Calhoun and Liberty, right along the Apalachicola River south of Blountstown. The storm track will take the storm into Liberty County on a general direction just east of Bristol there toward Hosford. I'm trying to say that a little too fast, but again, Bristol there, just east of there, but toward Hosford. So Hosford there. You got to be taking shelter right now if you're in the Hosford area. I know it's pretty rural out there. I even not have the greatest internet in a rural area like that, but it's time to take shelter here if you're watching me in Hosford there in toward Liberty County. As we have the other tornado warning now coming, which will make 3 on the board. Now this one may or may not clip Franklin. They're not saying Franklin, but this is coming toward Port St. Joe, Gulf County. This is tighter than the other two, it looks like, at least initially. As and you now see a couple different areas that spin down here. So just got to be really careful. I'm going to go ahead and see what we have on our EVX radar here. Let me get down here. This is what we were talking about earlier on with some spins. So we're about to get a tornado warning down here. Not sure if it's going to include our area or not, but it could even include part of Liberty. We'll see. They're saying for Gulf, but in a couple different areas, they might just go a little bit. I had an alert going off on the phone. You need to take shelter now if you're in Port St. Joe. A tornado warning is about to come out. A tornado could be on you here in seconds. If not, I mean, just within the moment right now, if you're in Port St. Joe. So take shelter here. I know it's just outside the area in Gulf County, but we have that spin. It's on you in Port St. Joe because, I mean, you have the greens and reds coming together. It's right there. I mean, it's not going to be, alone if it's not already there right now, because there's the greens and reds coming together, and there's Port St. Joe. And actually, you can see it a little bit more focused now to the south. Sometimes it's a little tough in here. So right there, maybe near Ward Ridge. So Ward Ridge, you need to take shelter right now. It's right on the coast. There could be a tornado here developing here right now. It could be a waterspout also coming ashore as a tornado. Once it gets over land, that's what it becomes, a waterspout over water, tornado over land here. But let's see if we have any debris. We don't have it right now, which is a good sign, or any type of maybe water being lofted. But there's a circulation. It's right there. It's about to cross the US 98 right now here at about 7:35 here Central Time on this Wednesday morning. We could have a tornado there right now. Again, the tornado warning box hadn't officially come out, but they said they were prepping that tornado warning there as it's coming ashore with the radar indicated rotation. So, and we already have this thread here with the severe thunderstorm warning to the east, or not actually a severe thunderstorm warning right here, which is interesting. But again, we're just going to have to go ahead and watch things here. The greens radar winds toward that. And then the red there that kind of reach over away from the Doppler there at Eglin Air Force Base. So we're watching that. It's outside the area. So we'll wait to see if they give us a warning on there. But let's go back to the north now. This is that circulation is tightening up in Liberty County in our area north of Orange. This is tightening up. We need to get folks in shelter here. This is a rural area, but we're talking about State Road 12, Florida 12 here. Could have a tornado here trying to develop in this area. So we need to get in that interior room away from windows if you're around Florida 12 here, we're just going to have to continue to watch things in that area. Let me go back to rotation tracker. Rotation tracker is kind of showing the northern area right now looking a little weaker. You don't see much on that, but toward the south, we have this circulation here right there near that roadway here that we were just talking about north of Orange, there in Liberty County, and the other rotations. I'm not sure if we're going to have that warning come out now or not, because that was a few minutes ago when they said they were prepping a tornado warning, but we'll see what happens there down toward the south. But let's go ahead and go back to the north now. Again, just northwest of Orange here. You can see we have that bend in the reflectivity here, maybe trying to get some of that wind down toward the surface in the form of a quick spin up tornado. Again, we probably a lower end tornado. Highest cap here on this will be an EF2, but still, you got to be taking shelter. You got to be being really careful here in this area. This looks tighter right now than the other areas in our region, really. Even the area to the south. At this moment, since there's not a formal tornado warning, any debris there is inconclusive because it looks like it almost wants to try to drop a little bit, but it's not dropping out completely. I know yesterday we would just get something like this in the next frame. It would be going crazy with a radar confirmed tornado. The environment not quite that favorable today, but we could get debris in the next frame here. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a tornado on the ground right now over Florida 12. It could be on the ground here, just in our viewing area in Liberty County. Gonna check some questions real quick, see if there's any. Check for them on YouTube here as we're continuing to watch. It looks like I don't have any at this moment. If you have any, pass them along. Again, thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me here on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, and Twitch. We have not one but two tornado warnings in play in the area, this area here. I know it's pretty rural, but we got to be on with these tornado warnings in our area. It looks a little more diffused there, a little bit weaker in that latest scan. Let's see if it picked up any debris. Doesn't look like anything really conclusive here. We're up at 4,000 feet. I know the Tallahassee radar there probably at a similar height. We're just kind of looking at stuff to the south, so that's where we're staying on that EVX radar at Eglin right now. You see the green and red here near Port St. Joe. Again, we don't have an update on that, so I'm not sure what's going to happen there. But let's get up to the north. Let's go to the other radar for this because we need to switch to that closer view, make sure something's not on the ground or trying to touch down in the north. As they're giving us an update now, the Miller storm has weakened some as it's moved entirely into Baker County, Georgia. And we cover Florida and Georgia, Baker County. We're talking about the Georgia version here right now as it's weakened. They're continuing to monitor the storm, though, as it approaches Newton. We got to take those tornado precautions there. If you're around Newton, you got to just be ready. It still looks like it's there. Tallahassee radar actually picked up it a little bit closer as we were switching that on over. So you can see the green and red there south of El Modelo. We gotta be ready though. I mean, really just go ahead and take shelter of Newton. I don't want to play around here with these because something could touch down real quick and then it may be gone on us. But again, we're continuing to watch. We're continuing to monitor to the south. We're looking at the Tallahassee view on this. It doesn't look as tight on the Tallahassee view, and we're a little bit closer to the ground levels. That's helpful. It looks like it was tighter though on here, so that was not an anomaly from the other radars. That was tighter. Started to weaken a little. That looks like a little bit of a dropout in correlation coefficient. Well, the service hadn't said anything yet. Let me back this up. Yeah, that looks like it could have been a dropout there. North of Orange. It looks like it's weakening now, though, but it's at a lower level, meaning our 4,000 feet scan didn't show it, but our scan at 2,500, 2,700 feet is, so it could be a lower end tornado then, based on that debris height there, the way the debris is being lofted, maybe an EF0, EF1. If there is one on the ground, it's not been confirmed yet by the Weather Service, but that just went away. So there might have been a quick touchdown here with this, just for a few scans, a few frames here, something really weak maybe there as it was crossing over. It looks like State Road 12, County Road 12 showing up here as well. So maybe a couple of different 12s there with that. But it looks like it's kind of broadening out right now. You still see that spin on the radar though. We're still watching this very carefully. We still just see a thunderstorm warning play for Bainbridge. We could get a tornado develop with little or no advanced warning here. You see a little bit of spin right near. It looks like US 84 there. Near it looks like They're calling this the Dothan Highway, or Dothan Road, excuse me, in this area. So we're going to watch that. It's close to the airport, the airpark. Hope to see if we get any type of higher wind reading there. To the north, we still just spin here right along. It looks like as I get in here, trying to get in tight on our street level. It looks like County Road 70 there. Could have some of that spin in that area. So looking at that accent right now on the Doppler. Again, we'll continue to give you the latest. We're on wall to wall right now, at least with these tornado warnings in play. We'll kind of play things by ear. We may take breaks of just some tornado warnings later, and we just have to kind of catch our breath. But we're trying to stick with these as best we can when there's an imminent tornado threat here for some of our local counties. So, new warning now. This is for Franklin, Gulf, Liberty, and McCullough until 9:45. That's just coming out. It's a bit of thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag now. We're talking about 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, that damaging wind potential that we were alluding to there in the description of the video. We're talking about that potential here as we get into towards some areas a little bit further east now. You can see they've gone ahead and decided not to go with a tornado warning. They just, I guess, didn't think things were quite tight enough on the Doppler presentation with the circulation. They were drawing it up, but sometimes they can draw it up and then not hit the go button there on the tornado warning. That looks to be the case, what they did down there at the office there in the Love Building on the FSU campus here over the last few moments. But we do some thunderstorm warning now. It doesn't look all that tight on that view anyway. I'm trying to double check. Let me zoom in there. It's there, the rotation, but I can see why they didn't go with tornado warning. Go with the tornado warning there. But you see, this is just outside of Crawfordville, where it just edges out there by that 9:45 benchmark. So again, we're watching two tornado warnings right now, though, in the area. You can see the red there, a little more predominant than the green now in western Liberty County. That's a good sign. That circulation looks to be weakening some. This area here, well, it looks a little bit weaker. It almost looks about as strong as the other area, though. Not that strong. So both of these warnings, I would think at this point, would not get extended if these current radar presentations stick here. These tornado warnings I'm talking about, maybe more thunderstorm warnings down the line though. But right now we have two tornado warnings within our 62 counties, covering 4 counties in our region here, Liberty in Florida, and then Baker, Miller, and Mitchell in Georgia. Again, both expiring here in about 16 minutes here officially. So you're going to have to watch Tallahassee as well. This other warning goes until it looks like 8:45 here. We'll see if they extend it or not. They may or may not. Haven't heard anything yet for this thunderstorm warning for Quincy and some of these other areas. They may just go with the tornado warning, or maybe it's more. So the thunderstorm warning, but look at that rotation there north of Bainbridge. I know it's on a line a little bit maybe here. Well, not really. That looks like some rotation then. We were kind of talking about it. It looks like a little bit of rotation there. This passing over State Route 1 in the state of Georgia. So again, gotta watch it, gotta track it. The greens and reds here on the Doppler. You can see them coming together a little bit. Not enough for that tornado warning yet, but just got to keep monitoring things. We'll see what type of readings we get. You saw some of those stronger winds aloft. That definitely looks like some weak rotation there. They're not giving us an update here in the chat, and they're confirming my suspicion about what we saw in Liberty County. It looks like Kelly Gotti is saying they're still seeing a rotation on the storm moving through Liberty County, this southeast of Bristol, and the storm's moving to the northeast. And earlier they had a brief tornadic debris signature after the storm crossed the Apalachicola River into Liberty County. And this storm should be crossing State Road 20, Florida 20, in the next 5 to 10 minutes, and it could be close to Hoxford at that time. So take shelter from Hoxford there in Liberty County right now. Again, a possible tornado, one with a history of producing. It looks like a weaker, lower end, EF0, EF1 type tornado. That's what's headed your way there, potentially, one with that history. So that severe thunderstorm warning for now is gone. That was in play for Gadsden and Decatur, but we still have some heavy rain and some gusty winds moving through Bainbridge. Don't really see the lightning too much right now, which is good there, but the south is a different story. You can see that in Gulf County coming in toward areas for the east, and now this one with a new warning. So I spoke a little too soon. I guess they've been kind of busy here in the Weather Center Weather Service there. Let me go ahead and see what's going on with that new warning. This is a thunderstorm warning. There are 10 now reported to Gadsden, Leon, Liberty, McCullough, Decatur, Grady, and Thomas. So there's a 60-mile-an-hour wind threat and a tornado possible tag. Now, this includes Tallahassee and the main FSU campus. We said the timeline, 9 a.m. to 1. Well, it's going to be earlier in that timeline here at this point for FSU, for FAMU, for TCC here. Again, we're watching some things here with this threat as it gets closer toward Tallahassee. We've got to watch to make sure we don't get a spin up on our hands here. So you see a little bit of a spin up to the north now in Liberty County. You can see a little bit of a spin up there. That might be an issue for Gadsden County. So we'll have to watch that. That seems like it's coming in rather quickly here. Not really tight, but it's there. North of State Highway 12, Florida 12 there. Coming around at Liberty into Gadsden. We gotta be careful. I have to cross the interstate a little bit later on. So gotta be kind of careful here. We're gonna be monitoring that. So right now, we're watching these areas of spin. I'm going to take a quick 2.5-minute break here, catch my breath, because I feel like I may get more tornado warnings here, folks. So want to be prepared for that potential here as we're watching this scenario. It's not a given by any means. It's a tricky situation here this morning. We had a tornado on the ground there for a little while. Lower end, it looks like tornado on the ground in Liberty County, so that could be, if there's damage to server, that could be something Weather Service will have to give a rating to as we look at in order to timeline. So we're watching the 2 red boxes, we're watching the 2 yellow boxes. The red boxes, tornado warnings. The yellow boxes, severe thunderstorm warnings. The yellow broad area, tornado watch, but we're already seeing some of that tornado concern outside of that, so a little bit tricky in that regard. But we're paying attention here for you to this situation. I'll be back in about 2.5 minutes with more as we continue along.
This is a clouds weather alert.
We just got word from the Weather Service now that they're extending the tornado watch. You just saw it pop up on the screen. It's now in play for not just the 2 counties, but also it looks like Gadsden, Jefferson, Leon, Wakulla there as well in Florida, and Decatur, Grady, and Thomas in Georgia. So we're talking about Bainbridge there. We're talking about Cairo. We're talking about Thomas. I know in some ways Bainbridge is already moving past you, but we're just going to be watching this, you're watching, of course, Quincy there in Gadsden County, Tallahassee and Leon County to the FSU campus. You're now under a tornado watch until 11 a.m. We have Crawfordville. You're under the tornado watch now to 11 a.m. And tornado potential is definitely there in toward Wakulla County. And then we'll be paying attention there to see if that comes to fruition. So this also goes out toward Jefferson County. So we're talking about Monticello there as we get further out in toward the Big Bend. So the tornado watch expanded now. That's the headline. Just coming hot off the presses here over the last few moments. So let me go ahead and go back on in right now. That is a tornado warning. They dropped the one in the north, by the way. They zoom in. You saw it go off the screen a moment ago. They canceled it out there to the north because the threat's kind of weakened on down at this point. But this one to the south, we're still watching Calhoun and Liberty. It's not sewing up as tight right now. That's the good news. And we just got that trimmed back some. They just dropped Calhoun out of it, but it's still continuing for Liberty. Still continuing for Liberty here. Let me switch over our other mode here. This warning may go away on us at 9. I might catch a breath for a few minutes in, again, if that's the case. But it's still showing some rotation. We had that rotation in the north there. We had that rotation in the north. We saw trying to come together before we took that momentary break there. It's kind of riding back out. We still got to watch there a little bit west of Greensboro. But this area looks a little more predominant again as they're talking about a tornado watch being extended here in the chat. As far east as Jefferson and Georgia, Jefferson County, and then, or Jefferson County in Florida, excuse me, and Thomas County there in Georgia. So again, just continuing to watch this situation as we have this tornado scenario in play. Excuse me, I just had to clear my throat there as we've been talking for a while. But again, we have the tornado warning here right now. We have this tornado warning here in play until 9 o'clock for parts of Liberty County. We need to go ahead and make sure folks are taking shelter there. We need to go ahead and get folks in the interior room away from windows, but it doesn't look as tight as it was. We had a debris signature there a little while ago, though there's still, again, it kind of comes and goes here, that last frame. It looks a little bit weaker than what this frame does by just a little bit of a margin, but we had a debris signature earlier on in the Doppler. It was pretty clear there if you looked at the Tallahassee radar for a frame or two that there was something just barely being lofted, or we could have something in the EF0, EF1 type range. So they're now telling us that strong winds, possible tornadoes at State Road 29, Liberty County, and the storms nearing Hosford there in the next 2 to 3 minutes. So again, we're watching this scenario very carefully here. We're watching things as it goes along here on this Wednesday morning. So again, let me go ahead and zoom back on out a little bit. Let me go ahead and zoom back on out. You can see here we have the red box, we have the yellow boxes. Tallahassee under a warning now till 10. We also have this right down toward Franklin County. We have some greens and reds trying to come together in Gulf County as that moves on in. Have to just kind of pay attention there as the situation does go along. This fifth thunderstorm warning here that got expanded. We need to talk about Cairo there. This is headed in that area over the next little bit. Some stronger winds aloft, maybe trying to get down to the surface. Same to the south. This is still trying to sell a little bit of a spin, so it may be something that ends up getting extended on us here. As I looked at our other mode, you can kind of see it sticking out just a little bit still at us. It's going to be a close call, I think, for the Weather Service here over the next few moments to see what they decide to do. But again, we're just continuing to watch here, continuing to track this to see exactly what's going on here with this scenario. Again, it's 8:55 right now. This warning goes for another 5 minutes here for parts of Liberty County. You have the greens and reds here trying to come together. Again, they were a little bit tighter earlier on. As we showed you on that Tallahassee view, it seemed like a pretty good shot of this at about 8:35 or so. As it was just entering into Liberty County, we had some spin there in that lower end range, and we had even a little bit of some debris trying to set up there on debris tracker, as you can see there. But go to the current time, you don't see that. So that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. That's good that we're not seeing that, but that could always recycle on us here this morning as we continue along with this live coverage. So again, we're just continuing to track things. I know we get kind of repetitive here on this water wall coverage situation here. They're now giving us a new update, though. It's helpful that they're doing this because they're able to kind of evaluate some stuff when we're talking here on the air as meteorologists, broadcast meteorologists here, and the Weather Service meteorologists are telling us some stuff here to pass along to the viewership. So a severe warning storm is about to cross from Gulf into Franklin to the south, when we were kind of referencing there a moment ago, and the intense part of the line is still about 30 minutes from Apalachicola, but more immediate impacts are expected along State Road 65, well north there of East Point, closer to Sumatra. Winds up to 60 miles an hour possible with these storms. So again, we're just going to have to keep watching the situation as it progresses here on us. It's something to monitor, something to pay attention to here on this Wednesday morning for sure. We're just going to have to keep watching all the different scans here as the situation goes along to see how things get tighter, get weaker here on the Doppler technology, because things can definitely change here in a hurry as the scenario is ongoing. So we're just going to keep watching everything here for you. I know we have a little bit of the greens and red to the south, to the north. It's bright, so we'll see if they extend this warning or not. It's again a close call. I'm kind of leaning they might not at this point, based on what I'm seeing, but it's close enough where they could. But it was clearer on this video than it was on the EVX one, that we had something here a little bit earlier on in the timeline as it kind of gets behind our logo, but I'll move it out there. You can kind of see what I'm talking about there as we kind of go back and forward there in the timeline as we scrub there to get you to the latest point. So again, just going to go ahead and zoom back out right now. We're seeing this red box here on the board for another 2 minutes, but in Tallahassee, this severe threat's coming in a little bit. Okay, they just dropped the tornado warning for Liberty, so that's good news. They're expiring that out here. So we'll go ahead and reset the view real quick and take another break, I think, since there's no active tornado warnings here on the board right now. So the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings continue, 1 till 9:45, 1 till 10 o'clock. The 1 till 9:45 is closer to the coast. The 1 till 10 o'clock further up. We're going to be watching for the spin-up tornadoes and this wind threat to kind of get maybe into one more populated areas over the next little bit, like Tallahassee. So keep it tuned here. We'll keep you guys up to date. Be back in about 5 minutes.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at 9:04 on this Wednesday right now. Two severe thunderstorm warnings continue in effect here. 1 to 9:45 for parts of Franklin, Gulf, Liberty, and Wakulla. 8:45 if you're going out just outside of our area in that central time zone. And then the other severe thunderstorm warning until 10 o'clock for parts of Gadsden, Leon, Liberty, Wakulla, Decatur, Grady, and Thomas. Let's go ahead and get back on in here. I will see this area here as it enters further in toward some of these areas within the polygon as it kind of gets more in toward Franklin County here, especially more in toward areas there of Liberty and that northern edge. And then you see the other warning there definitely getting further over in Liberty. The tornado warning no longer there, though. We'll have to watch for Tallahassee over the next little bit. So let's give you kind of a timeline of Tallahassee. They're saying east at 20 now as the speed's kind of definitely shift around here as this stuff's going to kind of slow down some on us. So let's just kind of track it out there. I'll give a little northerly component. That still could mean it could still be close to about an hour before it gets into toward Tallahassee at 20 miles an hour. We'll see though. Again, it can kind of shift around on us here. But they're giving us an update now here in the chat. So let me go ahead and read that to you guys. It's telling us now that instability is weaker north of I-10 and the better reflectivity structures, and therefore the stronger winds are evident with storms south of I-10, and the weaker instability may limit impacts along the line, especially north of the Florida border and the South Georgia. I know we saw this to a greater extent out towards southeast Texas yesterday, a big temperature contrast. Cool area, you didn't see the severe weather. The warmer area had just terrible stuff happening there, southeast of Houston, southeast side of Houston, really, and the southeast suburbs. But they're going to continue to provide updates as the line continues to move off there toward the east-northeast around 40 miles an hour or so. So that's definitely something to follow along with. Let me go ahead and zoom back out here. We're just going to go ahead and watch things here on the Doppler radar this morning, just kind of see exactly what's going on with the different radar trends as the time does kind of go along with us here. We're at 9:06 right now. So again, two severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's go back over to velocity. I know we don't have tornado warnings here. Not quite as much to talk about, but we'll kind of talk about it with you here. So let me go ahead and see what we have on the higher angle here of the velocity. As we look further up, you can see the stronger winds aloft trying to get down to the surface. And then here's storm relative to kind of pick out any rotations. And there's still some broad rotation, but nothing that's really standing out here at the moment. Actually, a little bit of area in Mitchell is a little bit more pronounced in some way, but that's an area not quite as favorable. Had a tornado warning up here earlier, though. So, I mean, you can't let another one being issued, I suppose, as we're looking up there. This is down toward areas there, a little bit closer toward southern Mitchell County, maybe moving toward Camilla over the next little bit. We'll see, but let me go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. You can see what we're doing with. We're just kind of watching these trends here right now. We'll look at some cameras maybe in a little bit, see how things are going out there in terms of those Florida 501 perspectives. There's still a little bit of rotation here, by the way. And I think I may be talking about it right now, actually. The monitored area weak rotation along State Road 65. And let's see, that State Road 65 it is. So that is relatively weak, though, but there's something we're watching closely that moves northeast. So you can kind of see it on this mode, probably more than in the other mode. Sometimes it's like that when you kind of switch color tables, angles, things like that. So you can kind of see how we had it kind of fade away there, and then now it's trying to maybe come back in toward Gadsden County. So that could be an issue here for us over the next little bit. So I just got to be kind of paying attention there. It's kind of helpful sometimes to switch color tables, switch mode to the wind. You can see that little spin here, that broad spin there as I zoom out. I'll kind of point it out if you can't make it out. It's right in here, and it's kind of headed up in this direction here over the next little bit. So could be a threat here as we get further into toward Gadsden County over the next little while. So again, I just kind of keep tracking things here, checking everything that we have here in the Weather Center. Again, you can see all the winds out ahead of the main threat here with the line. You see these gusts getting there in those 20 ranges. The wind advisories in play here, so just be aware of that. It can cause some tree limbs to fall, things of that sort here, maybe even some trees, the more vulnerable ones. So be really careful. Could cause a few power outages too, based on some of that stuff falling. So just kind of keep that in mind. I know where we're at here east of Stark. 68 degrees right now. The highest gust was at 13 miles an hour at 7:38. So that's definitely something to kind of keep in mind here. That you get these gusts to some degree. You know, our area here may not be so in the gust level is high. There are some of those anemometers that are up a little bit higher, but still 13 miles an hour, pretty low to the ground. Is noteworthy here for that time of day. So again, just gonna kind of keep our eyes on this situation. The lightning's a little more impressive down toward Franklin County. I know haven't seen too many damage reports. We did have the debris signature though, the weak debris signature in Liberty County that was confirmed ultimately by the Weather Service there in Tallahassee a little while ago. So that's definitely worth noting. We did have something touch down, it looks like there, of a lower level variety there in toward our western viewing circle a little while ago. So again, it's 9:09 right now. Let me go ahead and zoom back on out here on that Doppler radar. Again, trying to give you the latest information on what's going on here as the situation progresses. I know just kind of checking everything here for you. Just trying to make sure you guys know exactly what's going on here. We're going to go ahead and zoom out on the broad perspective. You see the rain behind. The severe threat's over now if you're in areas like Blakely. So that's the good news. If you're in Donaldsonville even, that threat has come to an end here as we're starting to see that wind shift there towards some of those areas as well. So that's kind of telling that story. And then I'm going to put our model guidance on here too. I know it may get a little confusing, but I'll try to break it down for you the best I can. So we're around 9 a.m. right now. So let me put on our model. And it looks like it's in pretty good agreement. It's kind of lining up, so you can't really see it very good with the radar overlaid. But what it's kind of advances at, that's 10 a.m., 11 a.m., moving pretty slow. That could dump quite a bit of rain there toward the FSU campus, FAMU campus, TCC campus there, state capital as well. So this is all the way out as we get toward, 7 a.m. plus 5 hours is a noon benchmark. That's moving really slow. And then 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. This is going to eventually kind of weaken out, but you can kind of see as it moves on in. It's taking its time as it kind of gets further on over here for sure. That is really late here, folks. That's 2Z. That is all the way out toward, as we look at this time of year anyway, that gets you to 9 o'clock. So by then it's still be really falling apart, I would hope, based on all our different projections here. Really, once it gets to about here is when we really see the decaying process here. And that's still pretty late, about 5 o'clock. So this is a long-term thing. I just hope maybe reflectivity is overdoing this a little bit with the modeling, and these could just be strong storms at this point, so we don't have to stay with continuous coverage versus severe storms. That'd be some good news for sure. But we'll watch them for you. We'll see, because the slower these go, if these go this slow, these are 1 hour increments and kind of going back and forth here. Then that's something that could kind of help to weaken things out. Another thing, let me show you this real quick. They were talking about the rainfall threat. I want to see what our model's doing for 6 hour estimate potential toward Tallahassee. So this is our rainfall model. This is what could happen in the future. And again, it could get a little confusing, but I just want to put it up here right now and kind of break this down for you, what could happen. So really right about there is where it could peak out. Some of these areas, 2-3 inches of rain, that could cause some flooding in the urban areas. We need the rain though. We have that drought. It's a give and take here. So it might not be such a bad thing in some regard. This is our future rain, 6 hours. You have these, I guess you could call them dark red areas here, about 2.5 inches. That little brighter red, a little over 3 right near the Florida-Georgia border on the projection here with the 6 hour rainfall. So that's going to be quite a bit of rain, but as we get further on over to the east here, that ended at 3 as we were looking, and then get further over here, these numbers won't be as high eventually as this line is weakening down. So areas here, like in Baker, maybe an inch, but then in Bradford County, we're talking maybe closer to 1/2 inch here, possibly. It's kind of early here in the timeline to let you guys know and all that. But I know the Weather Service is now saying the squall line in the Jacksonville County warning area are moving through areas just near Jeff Davis and Coffee just before maybe 11, and then moving in toward 11 and noon before Jeff Davis and Coffee counties. So I know we'll have to see if it's severe up in that area or not. There's a slight risk there of that wind potential as we get all the way up. This threat's going to be translated to the north to some degree. Yeah, I know we talk about how it's not going to be, in Georgia as bad in some ways, and that is the case for that tornado concern, it seems, but the severe thunderstorm concern, maybe not. You see the tornado threat. Let's maximize that later toward the Carolinas as we look at our outlook here. This is a tornado threat going through about Keystone with some type of marginal tornado risk, but then marginal wind risk goes all the way now, even and a little bit further over than what we were seeing last night, all the way to about St. Augustine there now. So that's kind of interesting and take note of. Again, this is going to take a while to wind down because of the winds above. It doesn't take much to get damage and winds down to the surface. So we might be here a while with you. We'll see. Again, we hope it just becomes more of a strong thunderstorm situation where it's just under severe limits or even a little bit less than that. I mean, but could have some flooding concern if things start to line up a little bit too much on us here as well. So I just kind of have to continue to watch these radar trends here. We're at 914 right now. Looking at the spotters out there, you can see, looking at these storm spotters, there's definitely some out there this morning trying to watch things, but not too many. I mean, many of them out over Texas and Louisiana here yesterday. So that's something to keep in mind. We're not going to get a lot of ground verification. And by the way, I don't think the Jackson radar's back up yet. Hopefully it gets back up. They had some issues yesterday. But we'll keep our eyes on this and watch it. And we just got a report now of one large tree down near the intersection of County Road 12 and County Road 379, 1 mile northeast of Orange in Liberty County, according to the 911 call center. So that could be another tornado report to add to our list. I have our tornado reports here. In fact, to say from Sunday's event, I might have an EF0, EF1, possibly, I'm speculating, but EF0, EF1 to add maybe there toward Liberty County on a map for today, and maybe others later. But this is what I had on Sunday. The 3 tornadoes, the EF1 in McCullough, the EF2 in Cook County, and the EF1 in Coffee in our area, EF2 in Walton, and EF1 in Bacon as well, both outside of our area just by a little ways. So that's a busy day then. Had some outside of our area today, it looked like, toward Panama City Market, based on some debris signatures. I haven't heard of any damage there yet, like what we just heard, maybe at least a tree being knocked down toward County Road 12 and 379 there around 8:36 this morning, according to the 911 call center, 1 mile northeast of Orange. So again, just trying to go between some different things here. We're just watching things here very carefully on the Doppler radar. I know we're going to be watching for Tallahassee as well here. Getting some more lightning, it looks like, as this stuff gets a little bit closer here toward Leon County over the next little bit. I may take a 9-minute break if we don't get a tornado warning here soon, just so we can kind of get ready maybe for some more traffic cameras as this gets closer toward Tallahassee and the FSU campus. We won't maybe pop up maybe live views of FSU, but we can pop up maybe a still image there as things get a little bit closer. So I'm moving pretty slow, so I don't want to kind of talk myself here completely out of words to say before this gets into toward Tallahassee. So again, we're going to keep watching. You see Crawfordville just outside the warning right now for the thunderstorm threat, but can't completely run a quick spin up. And there's a little area of rotation still. This may get a tornado warning if we're not careful northwest of Creels. So may have to cut back in even if we took a longer break here. Just got to be careful here as we continue to watch things. You got to watch. You have a significant weather advisory up toward Camilla. A little bit of weak rotation there as well. Moving into where that area in Mitchell County. Looking for debris. I don't see anything right now. I have to be co-located. I see a couple areas of something, but they didn't match up as I'm going here between some things. Down here it's kind of hard to see stuff, but again, we're at 9:17 right now. We're going to be watching Tallahassee next little bit. Our system's trying to estimate the timeline here, and again, it could kind of shift a little, but this is 1 hour, and it says it getting past midway within the hour, within 15 minutes here. Our system has it kind of getting a little bit over here, further in toward western Leon. It depends on where you're tracking from, but again, we're just going to keep watching these trends and see what happens. I know Thomasville, you're not under warning yet, but part of Thomas County is. Again, no active tornado warnings right now, so I think it's a good time to take a 9-minute break, but we can break back in immediately. If we get a tornado warning, something we need to tell you about imminently. But it's going to be a pretty long day here, so I don't want to completely run out of things to say here with the thunderstorm warnings. Tornado warnings are a little easier to talk about for a longer period, but with thunderstorm warnings, since we have this stuff getting closer to Tallahassee, we want to kind of be on here with you for a while, possibly for that, depending on how things play out. So let's take a 9-minute break, regroup. We'll see you back here soon in the Weather Center. Keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at 9:27 on this Wednesday morning. Still two severe thunderstorm warnings on the board right now until about 9:45 for parts of Franklin, Liberty, and McCullough, and 10 o'clock for parts of Gadsden, Leon, Liberty, McCullough, Decatur, and Grady and Thomas there in Georgia as we're getting further on up. We're still watching that threat, trying to get a little bit further north there, I-10, but a lot of the worst of the threat seems to be right now still confined with the higher reflectivity values to the south of I-10, and in fact, getting some word from Kelly Gotze here in the chat session right now that they're monitoring some weak rotation in northern Franklin County, the east of State Road 65, and this is tracking to the forest areas right now, so they're not quite as concerned, obviously, because it's in a more rural area, but he'll be watching to see if a tornado warning needs to be issued here over the next little bit or not. But, we'll go ahead and look at some of that here for you on our other source. Let me go ahead and switch that on over right now, and you can see what I'm talking about here with the greens and reds trying to come together a little bit there. We'll just have to kind of pay attention. You can kind of see there, frame here, frame there, things are trying to come together a little, but it's a pretty rural area, but obviously if a tornado warning is issued, we'll let you know. They're also seeing some stronger winds up in Mitchell County now, and they're considering a severe thunderstorm warning up there. We'll talk about that in a moment. I do see some weak areas of rotation in Gadsden, but Mitchell County, yeah, you can see some of that up there for sure up to Tallahassee. I mean, that's higher up there as you looked at some of those base velocity values as well. But monitoring some stronger winds there just east of Baconton, and they're considering a severe thunderstorm warning for the area that moves quickly off to the north-northeast toward southeast Doherty and Worth counties. So something to keep our eyes on here. Now, different things we can kind of go over. Of course, the accident getting closer to Tallahassee. We'll get back to that here in a moment. But this is part of a larger setup here, Roy, as I switch to our other source here momentarily. We have a low pressure here, and we have winter weather to the north. I know no active tornado warnings right now, but we'll keep watching here for that threat. But you see all the snow reports toward Missouri, toward the heartland. Seeing some pictures from relatives here over the last few moments. Quite a bit of snow there, as we were talking about here, with those amounts coming in towards southeast Missouri, for instance, and seeing that snow here right now in southern Illinois. You see that low. You can't see it. Let me go ahead and kind of zoom in for you so you can kind of get a better look. So, I mean, you have this low pressure here, and then you have the winter side of the north. You have the more severe stuff to the south, and you see the wind shift here as well. So, kind of giving you guys an explainer there on how this is kind of set on up, and you can see the warnings here as we get toward the region. Again, the tornado watch was extended. If you guys didn't get kind of that message here earlier on, that tornado watch extended to 11 a.m. for Tallahassee, for Monticello. Gonna watch that concern here as we look over the next little bit. So, gonna have to just see if we get some quick spin up tornadoes here as we try to see that pretty fast there. As we've been with you for a little bit this morning, but we're gonna be here with you a lot longer, potentially depending on how things set up. As we just got a new warning now to the north in that area. We were just showing you there in South Georgia. This is moving toward I-75. Tornado possible tag. Severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Ben Hill, Doherty, Irwin, Mitchell, Tiff, Turner, Worth counties, as we have some 60-mile-an-hour winds potentially in there as we were looking closer toward Baconton there. You see Bridgeboro, you see Acre, you see Sylvester, Doles, Ashburn there, Rebecca, Irwinville, potentially in the path over the next little bit. So we're going to be paying attention to that. There's, we have 3 now. Severe thunderstorm warnings in the area in play. This one again expired at 10:30. This one here expiring there at 10, but could get an extension, and this one down to the coast, 9:45. So, going to be watching here. You see all that lightning potential down there. I know we'll have cool air coming in as we look ahead toward the weekend. Some of those freezing conditions could be coming into our picture, so that's something to look at there. Cloudweather.com/forecast. We might go back to that here in just a little bit in terms of that temperature look at things, but you can definitely get that over there at cloudweather.com/forecast, but for our local area. But let me go ahead and get to some of those traffic cameras now. And we were kind of alluding to it earlier on, and as this stuff gets closer in toward Tallahassee, I want to kind of see what's going on here with some of those views right now. See how things are being impacted on the roads. These Florida 511 perspectives. This is a pretty interesting shot here. It's definitely not looking good at all. This is almost hard to really make out what's going on here because it seems like the visibility's been reduced so much here toward, looks like Gadsden County. So just definitely have to be kind of careful here as we're looking in toward this region. Just looking at some of our different sites. I had one up here, and I'll go ahead and go to it. I just want to make sure we kind of had our geography placement right here, because it can get kind of tricky sometimes when all these cameras come together on us here to get the exact right spot. But we'll go ahead and say this Interstate 10 here. Now we'll go ahead and go to our traffic system full, so you see what I'm talking about here. I know give our computer there a little second to kind of get that up, but we have it up now, and you'll be able to see what's going on. I mean, you can't see that much. It looks kind of like fog. It's not really fog necessarily, but it's just reduced visibility that we're getting at here toward this area. Definitely we're having to deal with them here this morning. Things aren't going that great there as we're looking right now in terms of the slow movement on the interstate there at the present time. So let me go ahead and move away from this shop for the time being. As again, we're watching all this. You see these moving so slow, these vehicles out there are definitely going by very slowly. But again, watching this accident here, this is moving toward Tallahassee over the next little bit. So got to be kind of mindful of that as this accident kind of gets on in there toward Leon County. It's going to get nastier here as we get into more populated areas. That could lead to accidents even on the area roads. So let's go ahead and get in here now, see what we're dealing with. And you can see a little bit of weak rotation south of Quincy right now, and you can kind of make that out of that, kind of go back and forward there with the view, and we'll zoom back out a little. You see a little bit in Franklin as well, with no active tornado warnings at the moment. Let me zoom back out a little bit more here. You guys can kind of get the idea of what's going on, and they're telling us about the area of broad rotation moving to northern Franklin County, is approaching southeastern Liberty County, about 10 miles west of County Road 67, and they'll be watching this area closely as the storm keeps moving to the northeast, with McCulloch County ahead in the general direction there, with South Choppy and Smith Creek. So got to keep watching and keep tracking everything on the Doppler radar this morning. Again, no active tornado warnings right now, which is a good thing to say, but things can always change quickly. Smith thunderstorm warning continuing until 10 o'clock. Part to Gadsden, Leon, Liberty, McCulloch, Decatur, Grady, and Thomas. And we have these damaging winds here, maybe in spots trying to stop. You see some of this action here as we're getting right now in here toward western Leon, close toward Harvey Mill Creek Road. A little bit of lightning even in that area as well, maybe indicative of some stronger winds trying to get down to the surface here as we go between some things. A little weak rotation again to the north, but toward the south here, you see some of this action trying to get on in. It's moving closer toward Tallahassee over the next little bit. So something to keep an eye on here. Something to keep an eye on for sure. As we look up to the north again, see the warning being trimmed back a little. We're just kind of watching everything on the Doppler, trying to give you guys that latest view. You can see here these greens and reds trying to come together there. But right now, nothing too tight. I know that's due south of Quincy. Let me see if I got a camera I can go to in that area possibly. Due south of Quincy. I just want to see if we can give you guys a perspective if there's anything that might be kind of hard to make out, if there's something there. But let's go ahead and see if we have anything. This is toward the Pat Thomas Parkway area. I just want to see if there's anything on this camera shot, because I'm looking northwest, but so it may not give you guys a good view yet. I mean, I don't have to stay on this for a minute to get something, but we'll go ahead and see what we're dealing with here in terms of that view outside right now. You can see here things are going by a little bit quicker on this side, at least from this vantage point, but sometimes it's a little bit hard to make things out depending on where you're at with the shots. And I know we're getting a report of a gust of 39 Alligator Point area in Franklin County, the Ball Point State Park area at about 9:20 this morning. But again, you can see here the roads, I mean, not too busy in this spot, but you can see it's definitely kind of rainy out there as the warning continues parts of Franklin, Gulf, Liberty, and McCulloch for the thunderstorm threat for 9:45 as well, further on down toward the coast there, just in case we have that severe wind coming to fruition or a quick spin up tornado. But we're just going to keep looking at all these different shots here. And again, this is the opposite direction of where that rotation was, but still, I always have to kind of look at these shots here because things can present themselves on here, but we don't have the ability to move these, so it's not like I can turn this around necessarily. But Let me go ahead and see if I have anything. Let's see some dark clouds maybe on the west side, the left side of the screen, I mean. But we're going to go ahead and go back on over. I want to see if I have any sights in that direction that are a little bit easier to make out in terms of the sky. And I don't see anything right now. So we'll keep our eyes on things. It's not really tight enough to keep a constant look at. It's not like we have anybody in the control room where I can go back and forth between it based on what I'm being told. So I kind of have to do this with, since it's just a one-man band, kind of looking at some things here and kind of using my discretion. But again, continuing to watch. You see some of these gusts here, 35, Quincy there, the heavy rain coming down over the last few moments. That's not that strong, and that's some good news, but we could still have some trees being knocked down in these areas still, especially just west of Tallahassee, still vulnerable because of what happened from Hurricane Michael there back in 2018. To some degree, at least, they're still vulnerable because of all that damage that did occur. So, gotta keep that in mind. Down toward Franklin County here, seeing again a little bit of weak rotation, but we're going to be watching here again the wind coming in toward Tallahassee. We should get an update at the airport there on that wind over the next few moments. Some of that's still out ahead, and that could be a sign here that this accent here isn't the worst in the world, because if you had a stronger wind co-located over the heavier reflectivity value, that could mean that that's being brought down to the surface. But it seems like a lot of the history of these storms have been more about tornado reports. When you get the spin-ups, obviously things do get brought down to the surface here. So that's what we're looking for. But some winds could still cause problems here. We're Tallahassee, we're already getting some of these out ahead. Even, you know, as we talked about with the wind advisory in place, some of that could be kind of noted on here a little bit out ahead, even with the velocity values trying to kind of pick up on some of that stronger wind potential. So see if we're at Apogus right now, some heavier rain coming down there. See Cairo over the next little bit in Grady County. You know, Thomasville, you'll be getting some of this here as we look toward the next hour or so, give or take a little bit with the timeline. Movement right now, according to the Weather Service, is still east at 20, but we'll have to watch that. The heavy rain coming into play here could cause some pond in the water on the roadways. Let's go back to the north. I know we kind of don't want to forget about this storm up here to the north because it kind of gets out of our view here a little bit sometimes. We had the warning up towards Sylvester and Aspirin there. And I-75, I'm switching radar, so it's going to kind of reset us here. In just a moment, we have our different abilities to do some different street level things. So that's why it takes a little second there to load. But again, just going to continue to watch. You see Dougherty County there. Part of that county is clipped by this warning, though Albany proper threat really isn't in your area. So that's the good news. We're looking toward downtown Albany, but again, we're areas there closer to the mall. You're not watching this threat either, but again, it's going to continue to look here at the Doppler radar. See the greens and reds there, just southeast Troy or near Putney. I'm moving toward Acre over the next little bit. It's nothing extreme in terms of rotation, not enough for a tornado warning. At this point, is Moody radar actually the closest now. Don't know if we've been on that one today, but we'll keep our eyes on that, and we'll look back down here off the Moody to see what it's showing, and see some wind pockets here. Kind of noteworthy there. And down here, it gets a little bit more murky because we're further away on this for sure, but still interesting, so we'll keep our eyes on it. We'll keep our eyes on it. By the way, that gust we had earlier at Ball Point State Park is actually kind of ahead of the main line, it looks like, looking at my system here as I take you back to that. So that's kind of interesting here to look at and give you guys a visual on. So I want to go ahead and look right now at some of our other camera shots we have are still shot at FSU. Let's go ahead and go over there. It's not there yet. But the storms are moving in slowly there toward the main campus, so it'd be best not to be outside right now. No sirens maybe going off there, or the alert system at least, if you want to. I mean, you get caught sirens, but you know, you'll be getting that message there in toward that area. So that's helpful, obviously, to kind of know to go inside in this type of situation. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys a heads up on that. This is just right on the edge of campus there toward some of those fraternity and sorority houses, but again, toward Jefferson Street and Woodward Avenue, you can kind of see not too many people out. I mean, it's kind of early still. If you're going off campus, unless you're just headed on to campus, but you kind of get this shot here and the idea on what's going on as things will start to get a little bit nastier, maybe a little bit of water on the roads, but this will start to pick up over the next little bit as we're looking there. In toward this area. I know folks may be studying for exams here at this point in the semester, things of that sort. So it's pretty early still, but you may start to be getting some of those as we're looking here in late January. So we'll keep on watching things. Maybe some quizzes or something like that being impacted this morning by these storms coming on in. So we'll keep our eyes on the situation. So let me go ahead and go back on over here to our Doppler radar view. You can see here we have the storm warning toward South Georgia further up, the one there southeast of Albany, and then we have this line coming toward Tallahassee, and you have the line here toward Franklin County and McCulloch County here over the next little bit, South Choppy. You got to be watching this. There's a little more lightning down here, a little more robust nature to this, but no active tornado warnings. Don't really have much surface space to keep it all trying to sew up. Not enough for our system to show it on the screen, but we have some other key values trying to sew up as we get here a little bit more in depth. You can kind of see that edging in there, that little ton there, if you want to call it that, in the word Tallahassee with the energy values. And then that could kind of help things. And then the tornado parameters are going down pretty low now. That's good. I mean, they're still not zero, and there's still some rotation and winds, and it's almost a situation now where, as I'm getting some updates here, bear with me. I know it's been time for a while, but getting some different things, and it's almost a situation now where we have the storm mode. So linear things are just able to kind of maintain yourself with what is out there. There's enough energy, and not much, but it doesn't take much. You almost don't need that almost to just maintain these structures here as these storms kind of go across to maybe produce some of those winds, because the winds are already just so strong aloft. It's going to be harder for these to wind down. Eventually they will, but they're going to be producing quite a bit of rain here as they do so. So we'll just kind of be watching here. They're saying they're monitoring an increased wind area, though. They're out of Polgus. These stronger winds will be near the intersection of US 27 and Georgia 111, moving northeast toward Calvary in Grady County over the next little bit. So let's get over there. This is right there near Attapulgis. You can see it on that view, and I know we have the Moody radar up right now, and you can see it on there. So let's go ahead and go over toward that shot of the viewpoint here, that shot that can kind of give you that informational detail in the winds. You can see some of these reds here, winds going away from the radar there at Moody. The green's trying to go toward, but it's more about the stronger wind on base velocity trying to sew up there. And I know we had the one in the south go away for a second. I have a feeling they'd probably reissue one down there, because that seems like a more favorable slot. It's right at the benchmark at 945. So may get a new warning to the south here momentarily. So bear with me for that information. Let's go ahead and go back to the broad perspective, though. You'll be able to see what's going on as we try to give you guys the very latest. You can see these temperatures in the 60s and the 70s. That's not what you expect for January. Wasn't back on Sunday either. And there's tornadoes around, and maybe at least one tornado in our area this morning out toward rural Liberty County, it looks like. So, again, just kind of watching things. I know we're at 70 degrees even here east of Stark, and as we kind of round up, I mean, 69.8, but you know what I mean in terms of 70 degrees there, not 71 or 69. So again, I'm just continuing to watch things here this morning as we try to look at all the different radar perspectives and the wind directions here. And we just got a new update, a new severe thunderstorm warning now for parts of Franklin, Gulf, Leon, Liberty, and McCulloch until 10:15. That's kind of bowing there a little bit, it looks like, on our view. As you're watching this, you can kind of see it here. We'll see the new box pop up in a second. But you see that little safe there as the warning comes on the screen. This does get Crawfordville now with this warning, by the way. If you're wandering around Crawfordville and St. Mark's, this is coming in your direction. So, got to be inside and away from windows. Not a tornado warning right now. Can't completely run a quick spin up, but definitely some stronger winds there coming into the picture. So, that's what we're having to deal with right now. Maybe impacting those. Activities there at school, something like that. I mean, you could have a situation where kids would want to go to the playground there, but instead you got to stay in the classroom because things are just too nasty here this morning to go outside over the next little bit there in McCulloch and Leon counties and a few others, as we've already alluded to here across our region. So we do have that weak rotation here, and it is there. So gotta watch around Crawfordville. If this were to spin up, we could get a tornado warning issued. I know they're giving us an update here in the chat now. They extended the severe thunderstorm warning for coastal counties of the Florida Big Bend as one storm noted near County Road 67 in southeastern Liberty County in the Ocklawaha River, and broad rotations noted with a storm along with very strong winds, and that'll be moving into McCulloch County, south of Smith Creek and west of South Choppy there in the next 10 minutes or so. That's something to watch. You can see it here, the green and the red. A 20-mile-an-hour wind there going toward the radar. 20 away. It's not really tight rotation, but we have some stronger winds coming up aloft, 60, 70 miles an hour. Moving toward Sanborn there, and could be moving toward Crawford, but that could knock down some trees or power lines there in that area over the next little bit. So it's important to be inside if you're in these areas like Shop Choppy and Crawfordville over the next little bit. Don't want to be outside there in Crawfordville as this is coming on in toward the picture over the next little bit there in McCullough County. Not a tornado warning right now, but definitely some stronger winds. I mean, our velocities are actually still closer to 80 with these, but I mean, some of these winds are already so strong aloft, they may not be getting down to the surface, but that actually is kind of aligned a little. So I feel like we could get some reports of some damage around Sanborn here as we look ahead in the timeline, because the things looking aligned here with the overall different slices that we look at here and the different modes that we look at. Definitely can help. We see the lightning down here too. That seems more impressive here with the area down to the south and areas to the north. So to the north we go though. Midway, getting some heavy rain there in parts of Gadsden County, and then in Leon County now we have these stronger winds trying to come into the picture. But we'll see what type of different numbers come out on our METAR reporting sites. I got to 35 in Quincy, so not really impressive, but could knock out a little bit of power. Definitely watching that potential. See some stronger wind there, east of Attapulgis, a little rotation even. Not strong though, but a little bit there in their state route 262, Georgia 262, moving into Grady County. Going to be something to watch for Thomasville here if it were to try to strengthen on us here in the next hour or so. I know the timeline gets kind of murky because these are kind of changing speeds. Sometimes when we have stuff going at constant speed, it's a little easier to track, but things kind of slow down. So sometimes we kind of give you one time and then things kind of get delayed a little bit. So just kind of bear with us here as it's kind of something that, you know, as something tries to stall on out on you here this morning. You can't get the exact speed. You can't get the exact motion here in no time because it's going to change on you. So you gotta have to be flexible and on the fly here with things as the situation develops. But up to the north, we have this warning here, closer toward Worth County now, Akery, and you see areas there, Sylvester, Gordy, maybe some gustier winds. I mean, that's showing up pretty high and trying to get down to the surface anyway with this overall setup. So we have to be aware for quick sped ups for tornadic activity, tornadoes with little or no advanced warnings. That's something to keep an eye on here as well. I know. I'm going to check for any questions here right now as we're on. Just trying to see if there's anything really. I'm not seeing tornadoes currently, anything in terms of tornado warnings at least. There's that threat, as we alluded to, the tornado watch still in play that they extended out to 11, and it does include Tallahassee there. It does include the main FSU campus and TCC and FAMU, and also over toward the state capitol. So I gotta be really careful there with what we're dealing with. You see areas there, Thomasville again, tornado watch in play for you guys. Tornado watch for Monticello. That's where our tornado threat seems a little bit higher today. So it's gonna be something to watch. I think what I want to do right now is check some of our power outage information. So I'm gonna go ahead and step off the camera here. Step out of the shot so you guys kind of for a second get a little bit broader look. You see things still clear to the east, but I'm going to go ahead and look at some things on another source behind the scenes here so you guys kind of get an idea of what some of those power outage numbers look like. I think those can be kind of helpful here to see what's going on here in this type of situation. So I've been with you for a couple hours now. We're sticking with you here to keep you guys informed. This guy, it looks like an update here. They canceled the thunderstorm warning for Doherty, Mitchell, and Tiff, but it's continuing for Ben Hill, Irwin, Turner, and Worth until 10:30 this morning. 60-mile-an-hour winds, tornado possible tag there. In terms of power outages, according to PowerOutages.us across the country, I know again a lot of power outages in Arkansas from that winter storm. That's something to take note of there. 115,580 customers in the dark there in northern Arkansas. I know we'll get to ours in just a moment, but that really catches my eye. Baxter County, over half the customers in the dark, almost all of them out in Fulton County. Izzard County, a lot in the dark. Yeah, areas there. Addison County, close to half. Newton County, about half. Even towards some more popular areas, Washington County, nearly 19,000 customers in the dark. So a lot of outages in Arkansas and even some in Missouri here this morning. 62,000, 360 customers in the dark, and we had some stronger wind in there with this wintry weather at times, and that can be a problem. I know, it looks like the the bulk of the outage is more down to where like Bollinger County there, 3,113 customers. And now let me switch to the broad view. I know we're giving these other numbers, so I want to try to line this up a little bit with what we're talking about. So I'll zoom out the radar here as I'm looking at my other source, and then we'll get back into our numbers. But you see the winter storm situation, and put the winter mode on there for you, and we're getting all these different numbers here. It's the same system, it's just different parts of it. The winter side, the severe side, you see the low pressure there, I put that on. I have the wind arrows on, I'll take those off though as we continue along here. Just continuing to give you guys the latest information here on this. I know almost all the customers in the dark in Howell County, Missouri right now. Oregon County in the dark. Reynolds County there. Madison County is definitely seeing a lot of outages. Not as many to Cape Girardeau County or Perry County or St. Genevieve County, but there's a few there in those regions, and we'll just keep our eyes on that situation there with the winter storm. Definitely an impactful situation for sure here. But I know the reason I went to the power outage map is for some of the local numbers. They're not as impressive, obviously. Still some Texas outages too from yesterday's storms, but Georgia numbers, 3,098 customers died in the state, and really not seeing too many right now on the board in the Peach State in our area, so that's good. I know not all the customers are tracked on here, depending on what company you have, and in Leon County only 19 customers in dark, Gadsden only 13, only one in Liberty, 2 in Franklin, so that's good news. It seems like the winter side's really been kind of impressive here this morning, unfortunately, in a bad way with this power outage is really mounting. Some of these areas don't get this much snow and this much wind here a lot of times, so that's kind of interesting just to get that a note here in the weather center about what's kind of happened there, trying to see exactly what's going on here in these type of situations. I mean, the winter weather really playing a role here as we're seeing things really come into play here. And I mean, you don't want to be without power in these cold temperatures. That can be downright dangerous. Talking about areas not in our viewing circle right now, but toward these areas toward Arkansas and Missouri, that can lead to issues in the 30s there. Not extreme cold like we had in Texas back a couple years ago, but still 30s and power outages is not a great combination. They don't want to be in that cold. Gotta have those blankets there covering you. Try to stay warm the best you can if you're watching here. You might want to just kind of conserve power though at this point if you're in that with your battery powered devices. But charge of your devices around here as well. We're not expecting those type of outages in our region, but again, just kind of keep our eyes on this scenario. Just checking some things. We got a significant weather advisory now for parts of Gadsden, Leon, Wakulla, Decatur, Greeley, and Thomas. That makes me think they might drop one of these warnings here, maybe for Tallahassee even, which is kind of interesting. They may think that we don't have enough of that wind coming into play there, so we'll kind of check that out here in just a second, see if we get that warning drop. But that winter threat has been impressive. I'll bat the radar up 4 hours real quick. You see what it looked like 4 hours ago. All that winter weather toward Missouri, and seeing all that snow up there, and you see all these reports on the board. A foot of snow in some of these areas in northern Arkansas. Really, really impressive stuff. Not near as much in areas like Tulsa. I know they're not too mad about that, but they're getting a little bit of backside stuff here. It looks like this morning as we're looking at things on our Doppler technology. Interesting track of this low, though, for sure. Kind of seeing unusual setups here. The first ever tornado emergency in the Houston National Weather Service jurisdiction area yesterday. That's definitely worth noting here as well. So just continuing to watch things. Let's get back to home here on the Doppler. Switch it out of winter mode back to the normal mode you're used to seeing. I'll go ahead and get ready to come back on camera here now as we continue along here at 9:56 on this Wednesday morning, January 25th here. So we get an update real quick from the Weather Service. So bear with me. Let me read this to you while I'm still off the camera. I'll go ahead and pass this along. Very strong winds with broad rotation continuing now. With the storm moving into Wakulla County, the storm is out over the forest, but it'll be approaching Crawfordville and areas to the north along US 319 over the next 20 to 30 minutes. So gotta be really careful there around Crawfordville. They're seeing some rotation here in the storm system. Gotta be careful. Gotta be paying attention here this morning with that type of threat that's in play. You could get a quick spin up here. Don't want to be caught without warning for sure. Just continuing to follow all that as we go ahead and give you the latest. Now I got that out, so go ahead and pop myself back on now. Get back in front of the key wall and give you guys the latest information here this morning as we're at about 9:57 now. Again, the 3 warnings right now, but there seems to be a hint that they might drop the warning for Tallahassee and FSU before the storms really get to FSU. Still a significant weather advisory, though, for some stronger gusts. So let's go ahead and go over to that and see what they're saying with those numbers. Go ahead and switch on over. You kind of get an idea. So we're talking about winds 50 to 55 miles an hour versus 60. So that's some good news, but there is some rotation here in Gadsden. It looks like it's coming together a little, actually. Just south of Havana, last frame or two is a different merger, it looks like. I might get us a tornado warning. If you lose a thunderstorm warning, you might get a quick tornado warning. You never know. Little rotation there as we're getting into Grady County as well. That looks like it's really wanting to tighten. They might pull the trigger on something like this. I know it's not the tightest couple you would ever see. I mean, it's embedded here in the rain, but it didn't mean anything. You could still get a quick spin up out of that here as this gets closer to Ward. It looks like County Road 153 there. And I look at that live, and then you get to the south again, Crawfordville. We're watching you guys over the next 20 or 30 minutes there. A higher populated area of McCulloch County, some stronger winds aloft trying to come into the picture. I know we had a tornado there without the alert in play for areas west southwest of Woodville back on Sunday. This stuff here, we have warnings in play. We're live with you guys to give you the very latest. And we don't have any tornado warnings, but we have a lot of lightning here in relative fashion showing up on the Doppler in the word this area versus not much at all in areas to the north where the conditions aren't as favorable necessarily for these conditions to come in play. So let's go and look at the temperatures real quick. I'll put these on, zoom out a little so we get some more of these because there's not many down here. You see some of the rainport areas, so we're not really getting the best view, but see 70s here in some areas like Tallahassee and Perry, but 60s to the north. That helps to kind of show you guys a little bit more unstable air down here as we're looking again. Crawfordville, you guys gotta pay attention there as we're getting an update right now from Alexandria there. National Weather Service in Jacksonville is saying the line is looking very diffuse north of the Georgia State Road 82 area. They're looking at stratiform rain with a few embedded rumbles of thunder up there, so it might be hard to differentiate the gradient flow into gusts from any thunderstorm winds north of State Road 82. So could be something to kind of watch as we're looking ahead. Just seeing the warning go away for Tallahassee now proper. So part of Leon under down to the south. These little areas of rotation. Some area of rotation here. Approaching Apalachicola as well. That area could be a problem for us. Actually, look at that angle. It's interesting. It looks like it wants to take us on over. Let me bag that forward there. And it looks like it wants to kind of go a little bit there between Apalachicola and East Point there along State Highway 30 US 98. So we'll have to watch that over the next little bit. See if we get a quick tornado warning for something like that. It's not overly impressive, but it's there. Honestly, this looks like the most impressive area right now here in Gadsden County. I know it's not in the greatest spot for this to develop, but there's something there. I mean, you don't see any debris matching up, which is good, obviously, but I'll check our GDR product. You see a little bit of upscale growth around there, but nothing overly impressive. But they're watching this. No warning right now, so just gotta kind of be careful here. This will be crossing right now, so at least some stronger winds, maybe gusts to 55 in this would be right here anyway, closer to Ward County Road 153. I mean, the numbers aren't all that extreme with these areas of rotation that we're showing you up here. This one in particular, I mean, these numbers only add about 55, which what is the advisory is for. So maybe the strongest wind in the advisory would be right here, southeast of Havana, gusts to about 55 miles an hour. So there, as we're looking along that area there again. One last time we're talking about, it looks like Iron Bridge Road and County Road 153. That area involved. And you see some rotation up there, but no warnings. At the present time, we'll watch to see what pops up. We do have the two other warnings. I'm talking about the two warnings, though. They are not where we were showing you those other areas. But it looks like the stuff's kind of becoming more diffuse in areas further in Georgia. This might get dropped here pretty soon. I know the winds may not say the same story. The wind could still be embedded in the rain, but Sylvester north of there looks like a little bit of maybe heavier rain and wind possibly there. Just kind of guessing based on this, and you can see a little bit of weak rotation there. So we'll be watching, we'll be tracking up there, but the threat right now kind of shifting around on us a little bit. I know we have our forecast we can go to here. I want to see this because we said it to you last night. We said it to you earlier, but then we had a tornado warning issued. So let me leave this one a little longer. Let's read a tornado warning, of course, and then it maybe means we have bad luck because I popped it up earlier and we got our tornado warning to pop up. So Let's go ahead and set this here, our 7-day forecast. And you can see here 80% chance of rain today, obviously. Strong as severe storm threat. 76 for the high. Depends on where you're at, though. Some areas aren't going to get that high. We're 71 east of Stark. Cover 62 counties, though. 62 different counties, so the weather's going to vary some within the region. But tomorrow, the rain chance really not much not much so at all in the picture. And then as we get toward that Friday, though, that cooler air really is pronounced in the morning hours. You see down to 35, give or take. 32 Saturday morning. On Sunday, we're warming up some. 70s, though, and you see some rain. We'll have to watch the rain chances, see if they get adjusted to this last night, and we could see some adjustments here with the rain chances. You see these lows here warming up some, but that could be because of more cloud cover, so something to kind of keep in mind here. I'll step on over, see the rest of this, and you'll be able to see what we're talking about with these lows here, but these are above average lows and above average highs at this point, but it's going to be dependent on some different things of the atmospheric setup. So, you know, we're seeing some wind still on our anemometer. Just looking over there, we have 7 miles an hour. It's just kind of high. I mean, closer to ground level here east of Stark. I know that doesn't sound high, but where we are, and we're talking about pretty close to ground level with it. I mean, in relative fast, and it's at a pretty good height for rain and temperature, but it's not really high up like what you have at airports. So, getting a little bit of gust there with the wind outside right now. In fact, I might go ahead and take our camera. I don't have anything in eastern Bradford or anywhere close right now, but it depends on how it looks. I might go ahead and take our camera here for a second. I know we have the different alerts, small craft advisories toward the water area there. Gulf, and I think our camera is pretty interesting, actually. So let me go ahead and take it. It looks like it's a pretty good shot right now. I like to always get a preview of it before I take it here. Just make sure our aperture looks good and everything. But you can see here, there's some of those clouds. You can see the movement of the clouds here. They're pretty impressive, actually. You can kind of see what we're doing with that. The winds there pretty fast there already, and we have the pattern here that can help get those stronger gusts to the surface. So don't have severe weather here yet, but we have gusty winds, 4 miles an hour out of it looks like the southwest right now. So that's something to kind of monitor here. I mean, looking at my different modes here in the weather center, seeing some of my wind arrows. It's kind of interesting to see. And I mean, generally we're getting that wind. It's actually more to the south now, which makes more sense based on the arrows I'm looking at. So looking at some things behind the scenes here. So I know we're just going to keep our eyes on some of our different shots and see what's going on. I might want to go back to the cameras here toward Tallahassee over the next little bit. There's your radar view, and let's see what we have on the FSU Florida 511. There's the rain now coming down at campus, so you can see the wet road's not severe anymore, so it kind of changed the situation a little bit, but still, you don't want to be outside where there's nasty weather, maybe that lightning threat around. Just because it's a strong thunderstorm doesn't mean you should be out in it. It doesn't make that big of a difference overall. I know going to class, stuff like that, I want to say classes here, it's been a little while now, but I want to say those Monday, Wednesday, and Friday classes maybe start at 10:10, so this might have impacted folks here, this set of classes, so I could be wrong on that. It's been a while, but you can see here we have some of the rain there on the lens, and it's kind of interesting to see here, and that can definitely cause, I mean, minor accidents, things like that, definitely can lead to that, so. Or just people slipping on campus. I mean, you gotta be careful there. Walking around, you have that umbrella there as you're walking around as well, and that's something to kind of make sure you're holding kind of tight. I mean, it might not be something you can use almost. Rain's picking up too much there with the wind and connotation could have all that rain blowing on you. I know that's happened before, so you gotta be kind of careful in those type of situations. So. We're going to go ahead and go back on over to the radar. We just got the warning canceled now for Ben Hill, Irwin, Turner, and Worth counties. So we just have the one warning now. It seems like this stuff is becoming more murky to the north. The pattern just isn't supporting it to the north. But things will start to be watched. I mean, we're going to have a threat here, even in coastal areas here of, I guess you could call it the Big Bend, eastern Big Bend, or to north central Florida, closer to 75. Could have some more instability as this accent here. It catches my eye. I don't know how long much it would hold together, how long it would hold together. It may not actually do it. But since the temperatures are warmer, this is at night, it probably wouldn't as much. But since it's during the day, some of this stuff might get warned here as it gets closer toward the Big Bend here later on. But this stuff to the north's really not looking that impressive or healthy here for that severe sense of things. But strong thunderstorm action definitely a possibility. So we've got our one warning right now here towards choppy. You see our little rotation tracker is picking up some stuff here and there. I know some of it's not really doing all that great, but looks like we have some lightning here in the ward with Culligan County. It's getting closer to Crawfordville here pretty quick, so sometimes things can kind of speed up or slow down. So keep that in mind. We try to give you a timeline the best we can, but things look like they're kind of coming in here pretty quick on Crawfordville, so keep that in mind. Gonna still be a little bit with that lightning whenever you hear that thunder roar go indoors. Definitely a threat down there as we're looking. Carabel, St. Mark's under this warning. East Point, Apalachicola, Woodville, St. George Island, Franklin, Stop Choppy. I knew I'd make that mistake eventually because I've been talking so long here. I don't say that down too many times like this, but stuff's kind of moving slow on us here. So we're kind of repeating that. But east at 25 miles an hour, Shadeville, Leon Sinks, Royal Bluff, McCullough Springs, St. George Island State Park, 8 Mile Pond, Beverly, Panacea, Poplar Camp, and Medard under this. So I know we end up not having warnings here for a little bit of a stretch. I might go ahead and end the stream, but we're still a ways away from that, I think. I mean, this warning only goes another 7 minutes, but we do have some areas of rotation. I might keep it on a little bit longer here just to see if things kind of reorganize. But even if we don't have severe warnings, this stuff here could still be kind of nasty for you guys because you could have some power outages here. I don't have too many on the maps compared to what they're seeing in northern Arkansas, southern Missouri this morning. With all that wintry weather, seeing those outages there come into play, the snow and wind coming together there. I mean, didn't have blizzard warnings or anything like that, but a little surprised, honestly, to see those numbers of power outages up there in northern Arkansas and southern Missouri. I know that wasn't really the focus. I've been looking at the local threat first and national severe threat second, but it's kind of interesting to see that here for sure. But again, I'm just watching all our different radar trends right now and just seeing here the wind potential over the next little bit. You could still have some issues here. The wind advisory in play, gusts there outside of the storms could still be close to that tropical force range at times. And we're monitoring everything. Again, you saw where the low pressure was. It's getting up there, further up to the north here. So that could be kind of a limiting factor in some regard. But there's different aspects in play here as well that can kind of help us here get some of those winds down to the surface. So things don't look quite as nasty as they've been, but we're still getting still some of the worst weather trying to get into FSU's area. I know we said to do the wet roads, but let's get down really tight here. It's not a warning right now, but you can see here, right? You see this is the kind of silence, by the way, a little meteorology lesson. Radar scan here. You can't get the rain scan right at the lowest levels because it's just too low to see it at this point as we're close to the airport there. But to zoom back out, I want to go ahead and switch over to our winds on this, and we'll go ahead, I know, toward Jacksonville Airport there. The radar has been down there, so we'll have to see if it gets back up for us later. That could kind of play a role in how things are issued later. By the way, earlier on, tree down, delayed report out of the Dothan area there, Houston County, Alabama. We had maybe a little bit stronger parameters in play, but again, this stuff's coming on in. You see the heavy rain now getting closer toward FSU. Again, let's say Doak Campbell Stadium. By zooming too far, it'll kind of go away on us. But you can see it right above my hand there, Doak Campbell Stadium. And right now we do have some heavier rain starting to come down there around West Pensacola Street, South Wildwood Drive. Familiar with these roads there, of course, Varsity Drive, and looking there, and you just kind of get the idea. Again, definitely familiar with these. Go Noles out there. As we're looking ahead, I know women's basketball here in the top 25 and baseball on the horizon. In terms of actual football season, still months away there. Men's basketball, a little bit of a down year, but still trying to turn things around. But we'll go ahead and zoom out. We just got a new warning, it looks like. So let's go ahead and kind of get back to the topic at hand. And this is a new warning now. Report to Franklin, Jefferson, Leon, Liberty, and Wakulla. There are concerns down to the coast. There's enough of a threat. Just enough of that energy value level there to be concerned toward Crawfordville through about 11:15. Now that region, Crawfordville, we moved through there by 11:15, but We have 60-mile-an-hour winds. Brief tornado also can't be ruled out. So we got the new warning now in play. 2 warnings for one area. It's a big area though. Going all the way from Apalachicola, Carabel up to South Choppy, and again Crawfordville here is showing stronger wind. Could be moving in there right near Forest Road 357. We're seeing winds about 60 aloft, and you see some stronger wind here as well. Right near Forest Road 365 and near, it looks like, Aaron Road. So Crawfordville, the wind's about to come in now. If you're in Crawfordville and McCulloch County, that wind is coming in over the next few moments. The fifth thunderstorm warning continued until 11:15 for the coastal counties on the western side of Appalachia Bay, and also far southern Leon County has been monitoring multiple severe storms within the particular warning box. So again, we see different areas here that, I mean, they could pass below severe limits by 11:15 and we don't get the extension, or we could get something to spin up and then we get a tornado warning. You never know. Kind of go both ways even. And we'll just have to watch. The update here to the north is none of this stuff severe, but still some stronger wind coming across Tallahassee now on the FSU campus. Doesn't seem like, maybe, I'll double check this. You know, it's not quite maybe as strong toward the interstate where we have those live views per se, but I have the still sight at FSU. So let's go back to the Florida 5-1 still sight here, and you can see it's like somebody trying to go through this weather here. And this is the nature of things on a college campus. Sometimes you have to get out in the nasty weather, and it's not really the best thing to do, but you sometimes may not have the biggest choice there, but depends on exams, things like that. But again, you can kind of see what I'm talking about here as I look at the edge of the side. So again, I just kind of trying to look there at Jefferson Street at Woodward Avenue. This nastier weather definitely in play here on this Wednesday morning. So you see some cars even in the distance there, and just kind of watching things and making sure we don't have any issues there toward FSU and toward the FSU campus area. So again, I just keeping on monitoring things. Not a warning there for Tallahassee now. That's the big change. There's still a tornado watch. We could get a quick spin up. That's still for another 46 minutes for the FSU area. Tornado watch in play. We're watching for those conditions to be favorable for tornadic conditions in and close to the watch area. So just have to keep paying attention here as we look here down toward the south. This is where we probably have a better chance of a tornado warning toward areas there. As you see the one box go away, the other continue. Could get something down toward Carabel or St. Teresa. As this warning here again, McCulloch, southeastern Liberty, southwestern Jefferson, southeastern Leon, and Franklin counties through about 11:15. Carabel, St. Mark's, East Point, Apalachicola, Woodville, Crawfordville, St. George Island, McCulloch, Franklin, South Choppy. You have these areas there around Sadeville, Leon Sinks, Royal Bluff, McCulloch Springs, St. George Island, State Park, 8 Mile Pond, Panacea, Medard, and Bethel. Maybe some retirees could be down here this morning, or people just on vacation in general. And you want to be careful out there for sure as you're in some of these areas. If you're like in a spot you're not familiar with, you getting these storms coming on through. Maybe you're in a van, something, a conversion van, something like that, or an RV, and gotta be really careful and stuff like that. But just have to kind of be mindful of what's going on here on this Wednesday morning with the weather. But if you're a local as well, you gotta be kind of paying attention here to exactly what's going on. So again, you're watching Crawfordville right now. You see some of this wind going up right near the airport there. It's kind of in there and may cause some issues. We'll see what the gauge says. It's 31 right now toward the Tallahassee airport. We'll see if that goes up in the observations. Maybe closer to 40. We'll see. No warning up there. So the gust potential is up to 55, and the advisory though is that area in the brownest box. And we'll continue to watch to see Crawfordville there in McCulloch County. See Crawfordville again. The velocity is not showing a lot, but we're kind of close to the radar, so we've got to be kind of careful here. The base is actually showing more. Storm alert not really showing much, but you can see here 58-mile-an-hour winds or so. Could be in this area right now. It's a possibility they're getting down to the surface. We're down pretty low on the radar beam, so it's possible they're getting down there. I know I have to just keep watching things in the timeline. I'm going to have warnings later on toward the east and toward north central Florida as much, but they could have some gusty winds and heavy rain toward the afternoon and evening. So keep that in mind if we're not on. It's because there are not any formal warnings, but still could have some threats in play. A lot of times the warnings more out to the west because the parameters are a little more favorable out there. It's not like we're leaving out It's not like we're leaving out Stark or Gainesville. It's just the threat generally isn't as high in a lot of these situations to the east. So something to keep in mind here. It's just the nature of things within our 62 counties. Generally, the threat's higher to the west and northwest a lot of times. This time is a little bit down to the coast, but with the instability values. But that's something to keep in mind. We're not leaving you out in Stark, Gainesville. We're in Radford County in north central Florida, but it's just a matter the threat generally doesn't rise to that level as much or as often. So things are weakening out. We wrap the coverage because the threat just isn't there for us to stay on and continue the coverage. But I know we have the one warning for another 58 minutes. So let me see if we have any questions here from any of our viewers right now. I'll go ahead and check here on our different platforms and see. I know asking if we covered a live oak area. We covered live oak there. In fact, I think it's a good time to go ahead and show our map here. It's time to go ahead and show our map, in fact, with what we cover. So let me go ahead and kind of pop that on up. So bear with me here, and we'll take you on over there right now to our covered area. Let me go ahead and see that. So these are 62 counties. We covered Suwannee County there in Live Oak toward the Suwannee River Valley. You see there on the map, you have Columbia County to the east and Hamilton in the north. We cover these areas. Any tornado warning storm moving through any one of these 62 counties or on the airport sometimes don't catch everything in terms of those circulations. I remember a few years back we had a little spin there that the radar didn't end up really seeing good enough for a tornado warning to be issued. But one, for whenever there's a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm threat there, especially this time of year and a little more. The summertime, sometimes in your rural areas of Suwannee, maybe we wouldn't be on. It just kind of depends on the situation. We play it by ear, but that's our region, and just kind of giving you guys that breakdown there. I know had some time in there for when the storms are moving through. We actually had Live Oak on our graphics, so now it's kind of updated a little bit here from what it was earlier on, but I'm going to go ahead and show this to you. I had between 1 and 5. I said tomorrow. This is from last night's show, so I haven't changed the header. This is for today, but you can see here between 1 and 5 here is what I had for Live Oak, and that looks to be about in line here at this point based on this lower movement. But the heavier rain coming down as well, so that's something to keep an eye on here for Tallahassee. As I know, Jackson County earlier on, some thunderstorm wind damage reports coming out there from the 911 call center there. Power lines blocking the road. They're 4 miles west of Cottondale Airport and also 3 miles northwest of Cottondale. So you got to keep that in mind. And go ahead and zoom back on in toward Cropperville. The stuff's still kind of trying to come in there. Still got some stronger wind near the airport here in Tallahassee. So again, I was trying to keep you guys up to date here on all this. So again, see quite a bit of lightning surging up here southeastern parts of Liberty County right now. Southeastern Liberty County. See some of that electrical energy around Sanborn. We'll just have to continue to watch that here toward this area. Watching these radar scans. I know 72 degrees where we're at east of Stark, but this area is pretty similar in some regard in terms of those temperatures, and I know there's some of those gusty winds as well. And to keep watching that, and you see our rain there toward I-10. The winds aren't as strong maybe up there toward the interstate. One reason I've kind of not been going to those cameras that much, but I may go ahead and pop some of them up now since that's about what we have here in terms of some of the better views, I would say. So let me go ahead and see what we have here as I'm looking, see Midway, and then there is just to the east probably some of the better camera shots. So trying to direct things on the fly here and give you guys a look at some of this and take you to I-10 there, mile marker 193.9. Look like near the rest area there. So let's go ahead and see you guys what we're dealing with, what we're talking about this morning. Give you guys a look at the situation. You can see here right now, no severe warning, but still some nastier weather still could cause some accidents here on the roads. The slick conditions here as we're looking right now toward this region. You can have some issues. We won't have the cameras down toward the coast necessarily on the Florida 5-1 perspective road so on, but you can see here just the traffic here slowing down a little bit because of this. Looking there. You're looking over there to the left of the screen, and then more in the front here. You can see the movement still pretty good pace, but you get some of that rain coming in and those oils mixing, and that can be an issue eventually, though. The more rain you get sometimes, that maybe isn't as big of a factor, but then you have some of that pond in the water on the roadway, and that can be an issue. I mean, I don't want to overhype this or anything. It's not that big of a deal, but special weather statement situation right now for this area, but It can still have an impact. You don't get severe weather or strong storms at this point. And boy, every day this time of year, it seems like it's been that case. But you still have to be kind of careful and exercise caution on the roads here this morning as we're getting an update now. They've extended tornado watch once again. So let me go ahead and to show you what we have then. I'll go ahead and take this off and go back on over to other view. This is the one view, it shows the Doppler, so it's not going to say the tornado watch, but our other view will. So let me go ahead and show you what we're dealing with this. We're going to have to just kind of give you guys an update here on that right now as I go ahead and show you. It's been extended now until noon for Franklin, Jefferson, Leon, Liberty, Wakulla, Grady, and Thomas. So it hadn't been extended spatially then, but just in time. So that's some good news in some regard here. They canceled out Gadsden, Gulf, and Decatur, though. So your threat's over in Gadsden in our area, Gulf just outside of our area, and Decatur as you go back into toward our Georgia counties there. So Bainbridge, your severe threat's over. Now that's the good news. If you're watching, enjoy the rest of your day there. Still have some rain in the region, but no severe weather potential in Decatur County at this point. So that's good news. Albany, your threat's really starting to slack off some as well into toward Dougherty County. And we had no warnings to the south and east, but seems like we're starting to see some of those I don't want to say nicer conditions, but less favorable severe conditions coming into play there in Dougherty County. The wind's shifting there to some degree as well. So you can kind of see here as we watch that. But you see the temperature's a little bit warmer to the east. We'll watch the trends here as we pay attention. I know there's no warning for Tallahassee. This is kind of interesting the way our radar picks that up. But the cone of silence. But see Midway, some of the areas picking up an inch of rain in the last hour. The south closer to 2.5 inches. We need the rain. We don't get too quick, but we do need the rain. We talked about a drought index. You can get that at cloudweather.com/extra there. It's on our page there now, where you can kind of get a look at some different things. The rainfall forecast across the country from the Weather Prediction Center. The drought monitor there as well from the national group there in charge of that. So, okay, we just got a tornado warning now. So I kind of been just talking about some random stuff here in some regard, but now things are taking a little bit of an escalation. This is an area we gotta watch. Tornado warning for parts of Leon and for Jefferson now until 11 at 10:24. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles north of Crawfordville, moving east at 35 miles an hour. I know we noticed some rotation on rotation tracker a moment ago, and sometimes it can give you a false signature. This is right near the radar though. It can get tricky. Oh, it's there. Let's go to our other mode. There it is. It's just popping in now on us. So last frame it really wasn't, but now it's defined. Could have a tornado developing now, very close to the radar side. That's really popping up tighter now. Wallace, it looks like. Let me double check that. L.I. Or Lee Wallace Road there, as I try to read that the best I can on the screen. A possible tornado on the ground. Let's check for debris. Yeah, there could be something there, folks. You gotta be in shelter right now. That's how quickly this can change. Tornado warning now for parts of Leon and Jefferson until 11. Possible tornado 8 miles north of Crawfordville. So if you're in Crawfordville, this tornado's warning is not for you. In Crawfordville, it's very close to the radar, very close to where we had that tornado back on Sunday here. It could be near Woodville proper, 10:35, parts of Tallahassee by 10:45, but does not include FSU. FSU's up here, the stadium's up here, you're not in this. But areas down in the south here are in this. Right now, possible tornado. It could be crossing here in the next few moments. It looks like 319. Still a little ways to go before it gets there, but it'll be in a few moments. So we have a tornado warning now for parts of Leon and Jefferson counties. Wakulla's not in this, actually. Just barely cut out of this the way this is drawn, but there could be some debris in here even. It's not clear one way or the other, I don't think. Weather Service will tell us here in the chat session in just a moment if there's any type of confirmation. I mean, you can't really see it one way or the other at this point, I don't think. See if it's co-located. I'm zooming in really tight. It could be something there, but okay. So I know we might have new viewers joining us, so we need to be kind of recapping this here a little bit. It's tornado watch till noon now. Haven't really had any tornado warnings in the last little bit. Things seem to be calming down in some regard except to the south, but to the south of I-10 is where this tornado warning is now. For parts of Leon, Jefferson, you might be getting this alert on your phone here, folks. You may be getting this alert on your phone. We have a tornado warning now until 11 a.m. This does not include FSU. They're now calling this a confirmed tornado. They're calling this a confirmed tornado. That debris signature apparently may be becoming a little more apparent. I'll see if I can get a new scan here. Try to effort out as quick as I can. It kind of looks like it's matching up. Yeah, that matches up enough. I agree with them calling this confirmed. A tornado on the ground, folks. Tornado on the ground here. This is in Leon County, folks. Just south of the airport. A tornado on the ground in progress. It may not be a really strong tornado, but it could have winds that are closer to 90 miles an hour based on our indications. A tornado warning right now here in Leon County. This is the airport right here, folks. We're on this cone of silence, so that's where we're at. Just south of the airport here, not by very far. Not by very far at all here. So let me go ahead and look at our other source. Only about maybe 3 miles from the actual radar site. As the debris is south of the airport here, as being noted by the Weather Service there in Tallahassee. So I'm checking some things here behind the scenes as we're continuing to watch here on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, and Twitch to keep you, your friends, and your family protected. Let's go back to the broad perspective for a moment. You can see our purple box. That means there's a confirmed tornado on the ground. So when you're watching a red box, means radar indicated, but a purple one means there's a radar confirmed or an observed tornado. This one's radar confirmed. We have a tornado on the ground in southern Leon County. I don't think it's that strong, but 90-mile-an-hour winds could really do a number on a mobile home or a plane. I know we're just south of the airport, but you got to be really careful here. Just south of the radar site. Died about 2 years ago. It was a day where we had a Miami FSU basketball game there at home. Going back, I believe it was 2021, if I got my years right here. Last few years have been kind of crazy, but yesterday night we had another FSU Miami basketball game in Tallahassee, and now we have another tornado near the airport. So here we go, greens and reds on the Doppler. You can see them right here. You need to be in shelter. Let's get down street level mapping here again. So we could have a tornado right there near these roads here. They're not filling up, which means it's probably, yeah, that's good. That's very good news. You see, that's forested area right now. It may have hit something back here, but this looks really rural. Not as populated yet, but that's about to change possibly as it gets close to 319 toward Crawfordville Highway, I believe is what's showing up here. It popped up just for a second in our system. So just trying to give you guys the latest. State Highway 61 there. Trying to give you guys the latest information. There's a tornado in progress here, close to the airport. That's very close. Maybe not quite as tight, but you can't tell if that's debris or not. It's so close, folks. This is what happened back in 2021, I believe it was. There's only 150 feet up here. We're looking. That could be debris. It's just, again, we're right on the radar here at the airport in Tallahassee. This, by the way, is not on the FSU campus, the radar. The radar, if people wonder, the Weather Service is on the FSU campus, but the radar is at the airport. They're a distance away. The FSU campus, the state capitol, you're not under the tornado warning. You're not under any warning right now. You're under the significant weather advisory and the tornado watch. Maybe some stronger winds moving through, but the tornado warning is to the south here. Actually getting out of the box now. They may have to draw this up again. It's going more northerly, more poleward here. That's gotten out of the box. Wow. Interesting. So that's gotten a little bit, it's headed, looks like it wants to go right for the airport. And they're saying now the new warning is coming out, which will be more directed northward as the circulation now moving more north. Taking a little bit of a turn here, folks, on us. New tornado warning. So let's see, this might actually get closer towards some of the more populated areas at FSU or FAMU or TCC. As that this came out, they're saying it's near FAMU, but I want to kind of see the box here first, because it's really near the airport, to be precise. So, really near the airport here with this. Again, a tornado warning, a second tornado warning. They're saying it'll be crossing Capitol Circle Southwest now. So, they're going to go with this for everybody here. Oh, wow. So, okay, so this, you don't see these turns that often, but this is taking a turn, and it's not going to be able to be seen on the radar for a moment as it gets so close to it. So this is a dramatic turn, really. You don't see this all that often to take from one polygon and then almost go completely out of this here up toward the north. So a tornado warning now. This does include some of these areas here toward Tallahassee now. Does it include Doak Campbell Stadium? It does. So just because of the erratic movement here, you need to take shelter now at FSU. This is a turn from what we were showing you a moment ago. This is taking a shift now in trajectory, a shift in path. A possible tornado now is headed more poleward, more northerly now. This could be right near the airport. Again, a tornado on the ground near Tallahassee Airport right now. You need to be in shelter immediately. Again, Weather Service Air Park Camp is saying the circulation will be crossing Capitol Circle Southwest now. So again, we just got to be aware of this. It's right over the radar. So hopefully we'll be able to keep the radar up. Feel like we're getting a little bit of deja vu here from 2 years ago. But you get the idea. Storm track will bring the rotation near FSU and FAMU. So again, a turn. This is very unusual, folks. Very unusual. We had a warning more eastward. Now it's going more northerly. So this is a change. If you were watching 5 minutes ago, folks, this is taking a shift here in path. Excuse me. I apologize. I've been talking for a while now. We were kind of not really seeing this as a likely situation for this to kind of take this turn here. So I'm going to stick with you wall to wall. A tornado now could be close to FSU, close to FAMU here over the next few minutes, eventually toward the Capitol complex. They're continuing to monitor the radar data and they'll provide track updates as the storm moves into Tallahassee. So this is taking a turn here in trajectory. I think we need to retweet some stuff here on social, on Twitter I'm talking about here. Make sure folks are aware that it's taking a turn here if they were kind of tuning out of the coverage for a moment. So I'll step off, get some of this information out on social media. We have a tornado warning, a possible tornado here headed toward FSU and FAMU now. Again, this is a shift, a box to the easterly directional movement here is one that's now being kind of overridden here by that shift to the north and east here, kind of the more predominant movement. Well, what we saw here earlier on. So want to make sure people are tuning in. This is something that's really taken a dramatic shift now in movement here. So we need folks in shelter. Again, I want to make sure people are watching the coverage. Feels like what we did 2 years ago with what we had the tornado at here close to the airport. Maybe a little more northerly shift here at this point. So we're just trying to give you the updates here as we're on live. Again, going to more populated areas now. A shift in movement here. You need to be in shelter immediately. Want to make sure everybody's tuning in right now because this is something you don't ever want to see, obviously. I mean, we already talked about how it looked like it wasn't headed this direction, and now it may be because of the unusual shift here in direction. Again, we want folks to take shelter around Tallahassee. This is a confirmed tornado. I just want to make sure I get this out on social. I don't want to take a break in the coverage right now, though. So if so many people watching that need this vital information, I'm just off camera, though. The confirmed tornado in the Tallahassee area. You just got to be taking shelter right now here. Again, confirmed tornado. They're moving toward FSU, FAMU possibly. Again, that shift in trajectory is serious here in nature. You just got to be in shelter. You got to take shelter right now around Tallahassee. This is an important thing to do here as we're watching this live. Again, take shelter right now around Tallahassee there. A confirmed tornado is in progress. You want to go ahead and take those precautions. We need to go over those, actually. So let me go ahead. I'll come back in the shot here in just a second. Again, a confirmed tornado. You need to take shelter there right now. It's very important. You don't wait around because the radar here right now, you can't really see much or haven't been able to see much since it's right there. I mean, over it, really, with it being there at the airport. So that kind of makes things a little bit tricky as I'll go ahead and get ready to step back now into shot again. We're just continuing to watch along here. We're trying to give you the very latest information. I know a lot of moving parts here, but let's go ahead and pull up those tornado safety tips. So you guys need to know what to do in this type of situation. So just want to make sure everybody's watching, because if we're not telling you about the threat on all the different platforms here, reiterating that at least there on Twitter, then it makes things kind of difficult for people to know about what's going on. And Twitter's the one where you get information immediately. So that's the one I went to make sure everybody's watching the coverage. Facebook and the like. It's a situation where you're probably already tuned in or not, and it's not going to change here in a few minutes. But so again, seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. This applies to Tallahassee. This now applies to downtown. This applies to FSU and FAMU. Again, it took a shift here. They're saying the storm is now just northeast of Capitol Circle, southwest, moving into areas near Tram Road, South Monroe Street, South Adams Street. So again, this is where the tornado could be right now. You need to take shelter. Take these tornado precautions immediately. You can't wait. You got to take them right now. This is, again, something that's been kind of erratic here in movement. Again, you see some of the wind in the north. The tornado signature here isn't as well defined at the moment, but I don't want you to take that as if it's not there, because it could just be the radar is obscuring our view a little bit. The tornado, according to our radar view right now, could be right in areas near maybe Fleetwood Avenue. Again, that's what it looks like right here on this view. It could be there. Let's check for debris. Again, it's kind of murky right now because this took such a turn and got it right by the radar. Again, it makes things so tough right now. Again, this warning for the main campus area was issued about 8 minutes ago. For downtown Tallahassee as well. Again, this may be our spin here. The radar is just so close now. It makes things kind of tricky, but this is something you got to take seriously. Again, the track was easterly a little while ago, but it has taken a turn. Again, we talked about it just a little while ago. It looked like it wasn't going to be a threat toward FSU and FAMU. Well, that changed. That took a turn. That is now something where you need to take shelter here around Tallahassee. This looks, again, like it could be here closer toward Kendall Drive. Again, it's going to be murky in here, though. It's going to be really murky because we're right there at the radar and it's being obscured. So, I mean, at this point, everybody in this box got to be taking shelter. You got to be taking those tornado precautions here around Tallahassee. As we're live here on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. Have been on for a while. And we had a tornado watch and play for Tallahassee, but now a tornado warning for the more populated areas, not just areas to the south, but some very populated areas here under this tornado warning. You need to go ahead and look here at the topography. I'll go ahead and say you see the stadium there at FSU. Further over, let me go ahead and kind of point that out for you guys. I'll go ahead and move our map over just a bit here. Again, you can see our stadium right there. And then just to the east here, I know, got to be watching all these different areas here. All these populated areas like the state capitol, you're going to have to be paying attention here as the situation does progress. So, again, just watching things here, monitoring the situation. Again, the circulation, we're so close on the radar, we're not going to see a lot. I almost feel like we should switch to Moody. Let's do that because you're not going to see a lot here when it's that close to the radar. At this point, I mean, the Weather Service even is probably pretty much kind of has 1 foot maybe in their safe spot and 1 foot out. I mean, they would switch to Jacksonville or one of the other offices if they needed to take shelter there officially. But they're saying they're tracking strong winds now moving east-northeast toward areas along Paul Russell Road south of Orange Avenue, headed toward Capitol Circle southeast. So, again, they're tracking this on some of their systems as well. With that being so murky, we're going to have to make sure you rely on that information, relay that information to you. So, it's going to be murky on this view as well. This is not a great spot on the radar because we're just so close, either too close there in the view, really. I mean, you're kind of just not being able to see it, or then you're too far away, and then that's problematic as well. As they're now saying they think the tornado is dissipated. So, okay, that's some good news, folks. We can kind of breathe a little bit easier now. They're thinking about dropping, and they just have now dropped both tornado warnings. So that's some good news here, folks. That tornado was something where you just couldn't see it on the radar here You couldn't see it here on the radar very clearly once it got right at it. But it was a confirmed tornado south of the airport. But you don't want to drop the warning until you're sure and it's clear that things have kind of fallen apart here. It took a turn to the north, so that's been an erratic last little 20 minutes or so. But luckily things look better now. We can kind of breathe a little bit easier around Tallahassee. They dropped both tornado warnings, so you still got to be careful with the heavy rain and some of the gusty winds, but you can get out of those tornado safe spots now. If you're at FSU, if you're at FAMU, if you're at TCC there, you can get out of those tornado safe spots. That's some good news, folks, here on this Wednesday morning. Again, we may have had something hit, looks like it did, down to south of the airport, but right now both tornado warnings have been canceled there toward Jefferson County there, and Leon the one, and then this Leon for the other. And we had that shift in direction, and they got right to the airport. They had to do what they did. Bear with me here as we continue along. Again, the rotation's weakened considerably, and Leon County, the storm moving through the southeast side of town is more indicative of straight line winds, with the radar showing 50-mile-an-hour winds possible as the storm approaches Capital Circle southeast. So, again, that's a lot better news than what we were dealing with a moment ago. Definitely some good news here. No tornado warnings anymore, but strong winds still in toward Leon County here. Looking to the south now toward McCulloch County. You can see here things look kind of nasty down there. Severe thunderstorm warning continues. Had some stronger winds this go across Crawfordville. That wasn't our focus the last few minutes because of what happened up here, where it just quickly evolved. And that's what we're watching. You saw how quick that evolved on us, and then it took that drive to the north, and then it kind of, well, that didn't look good. That didn't look good, folks. We may get another tornado warning. That's starting to pop back up again. That looks like it's starting to pop back up, folks. It gets just away from the radar now. This storm just doesn't want to take its foot off the gas here at times. So close to the radar, but I don't like that. I mean, maybe we spoke too soon there. This tornado could be just there if it's trying to redevelop just north of Cross Creek Circle there, and just west of Capital Circle southeast. That's developing again on the latest scan. This is something the Weather Service generally doesn't see that often, but there you go. It kind of fanned back out again. That's good. I mean, it went up and then it went back down again. So this is an erratic situation. You don't see that often here. Kind of pulsing up, pulsing back down. Again, the official tornado warnings were canceled by the Weather Service. But for that one frame there, we saw something kind of redevelop on us there. And again, that was there as we're looking just a little bit over to the east again. Right in here, that yellow area was showing winds to 60. Could have knocked down some trees even, potentially, or some tree limbs. And then falling back away there, though, on that latest view, you can see there's where your stadium is. And then for perspective, this was just a little bit to the east here as we were watching things. So, I mean, you can kind of see it. It was not quite going over campus. The FSU campus anyway, the main campus. So that's the good news. But right in here is where we saw that pulse back up just for one frame. Very tricky here, this situation. They're talking about a straight line wind through East Tallahassee, and the winds are crossing Capital Circle southeast near Appalachia Parkway. So gonna keep watching, gonna keep tracking here. But that faded for now. We gotta keep paying attention because that situation was something that really took a quick turn on us. It's erratic. We saw that toward western Louisiana yesterday, where things would pulse up, pulse down on us. So just got to be kind of careful. By the way, Jackson radar just came back up, so that's some good news for folks downstream here as we look toward the east. So again, that's some good news. I think we're going to catch our breath for right now. If we get more tornado warnings, we'll come back in with more updates. But I think it's a good time to take a 9-minute break here, kind of catch our breath here, as we don't have the formal tornado warnings in play anymore. But if we get more, we'll pop in immediately with more updates here as we keep you guys safe on this Wednesday morning, where we kind of saw something pick up there in intensity for a few minutes and drop a tornado into the airport there, the Tallahassee airport, and then took that shift there more to the north, and then kind of faded. It dropped the warnings, and it re-intensified for a scan, but then faded again. So we got to pay attention, keep it tuned to cloud weather, keep you up to date. As I know we have the tornado watch still in play until noon for Leon County, and then Jefferson and McCulloch there. and some of the surrounding counties as well. So we'll be watching things and we'll be tracking them here in the Weather Center.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at 10:56 on this Wednesday morning. We just had a tornado warning there toward FSU FAMU capital there. That was canceled out, thankfully, but it was a very tense few moments there as we were watching that circulation try to evolve on us there, as it was something that was producing a tornado south of the airport, and then it kind of just occluded as it was trying to go more northerly, more poleward. There we had the one box where it was tracking a little more easterly, and it was starting to shift there in its movement and go more northerly. So something you don't like to see. But right now we're down to the severe thunderstorm warning that's been in play for a while now for several counties here, where the lightning is still predominantly on the board here. You see most of that focus there south of Tallahassee. So that's kind of the storyline we're dealing with right now. So we're at about 10:57 here. That 10:57 benchmark here on this Wednesday. You see some of the lighting there about to be going in toward areas there closer towards St. Mark's. So gotta remember, whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors. I know I also just have the wind out ahead of things. That's pretty strong as well. I hear some of it here east of Stark even, where I'm at North Central Florida. I know getting those gusts here at times picking up, nothing extreme, but just something to kind of keep an eye on here this morning as we're looking at some different things. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys the latest information here on what's going on. So you can see here, we're looking right now toward Caribou, getting some heavier rain in toward that vicinity. Definitely something to be mindful of for sure there in toward that area. So again, it's something to kind of be watching there as I'm looking at some different information here behind the scenes. I know that just kind of looking at some of our sources here and seeing where else we want to go here during the coverage. So I think we'll go ahead and just stick with this one right now and see that rotation tracker as we had that rotation really just pick up there as it was approaching the airport area. And then you can see it here right into the airport on this view. And then it kind of got murky in there because it kind of went by the airport. We couldn't really see it under the radar. And then once it got away from that beam source, it kind of saw it pick up for a moment, probably right in here after they dropped the warning actually. But right now, no full more tornado warnings on the board, thankfully. But you just got to be weather aware here in this type of circumstance as this accent kind of comes on through here, comes into the picture here. We'll be watching areas like Perry here later on as we look toward Taylor County to see if some of this wind tries to come in toward that area. I know the movement is a little bit east-northeast, if you want to call it that, but some of this accent definitely could try to move its way there closer toward that area anyway. So just with the overall movement, it seems like that would be the case. So we'll just have to keep watching, keep tracking here. You see up toward areas in Georgia, the lightning really isn't there and indicating weaker activity. Tornado watch still in Georgia for parts there of these areas as we get closer toward Thomasville, and also have Cairo there as well. So you see the tornado watch in play, and I know we'll be wanting to hear about any damage reports out toward areas near the airport. So that's something we'll be staying tuned to. But also getting an update now from Kelly Gotzi, the 11 a.m. update from him, is that they're continuing to track a line of strong and severe storms moving across the Florida Big Bend. The strongest activity will remain confined to areas south of I-10, and especially so nearer to the coast where the instability is the greatest. Storms in this area will have the potential to produce damaging winds in excess of 60 miles an hour there. And then also the environment's favorable for brief isolated tornadoes. Further to the north, the instability is lacking across South Georgia, and this will limit there the wind potential as more gusts 40 to 50 are anticipated there. But severe thunderstorm warning continues with the tornado possible tag into 11:15 for Franklin, parts of Jefferson, Leon, Wakulla. I still have that threat here on the board, so still got to be kind of watching it here. St. Mark's in this area as it moves on in. You see Crawfordville getting some of it still in this view. Let me go to our other view. Sometimes they can give us a little bit better look at the geography and some of the other features. You see Woodville there. You see Wakulla getting in some of this right now. So just watching it down here toward even Caribou as we're monitoring this here this morning, and even towards St. Teresa. We got to watch for a quick spin up in areas like that because just the overall orientation of this could suggest that here, and the movement and the like. So gotta just keep on looking at this here and watching all these different radar trends as we see here any areas of rotation that could be interesting. Still a little bit of broad rotation there, actually, in northeast Tallahassee there, but not tight enough to see any type of tornado warning right now. But something to watch as we get closer here to where maybe Jefferson County over the next little bit. You can kind of see here some of these winds, some of these downpours here in the view. Not getting the widespread winds to knock out power, but some gustier winds here at times. Definitely a storyline to kind of keep our eyes on here. So we're just kind of seeing exactly what's going on. You see St. Teresa there over the next little bit. You see Joaquina, you see Monticello. We'll just have to kind of keep watching, keep tracking here as this picture does continue to present itself as one that's active here on this Wednesday morning. So let me go ahead and go back out a little bit with the view. I want to go ahead and actually put a little loop on here. Kind of go ahead and put a loop here on this over the last little bit and see how things have kind of progressed. You can see how we had the tornado warnings pop up and then the shift in direction, and then this went away pretty quickly actually. Didn't have long with that tornado warning coverage really, but it was definitely a tense few moments. You could see how these boxes popped up. We had to move it more east and then it shifted, and it kind of has faded somewhat, though it's still there in that remnant sense. So just got to kind of keep our eyes on that. You can kind of see here down toward Crawfordville, some of the heavier rain trying to move through there. It is something that they're dealing with. Maybe some gustier winds with a severe thunderstorm warning in that area through about 11:15. Could again see an extension here into where some of those coastal communities, maybe in Taylor County even. So we'll just continue to watch that, continue to monitor all that. Again, the loops is interesting to see. We didn't get a high of wind there, Roy, at the airport. It doesn't look like, which is interesting. But you can kind of see here the higher winds moving down to the south and could be knocking out a little bit of power down there toward Wakulla County. So we're just going to keep watching, keep tracking. We need to catch our breath here again as we've been on for a while trying to give you the latest. So let me go ahead and zoom back on out here. We'll give you another 9-minute break here to gather more details here in the Weather Center. I'll go ahead and leave you with this broad view. But of course, if we get another tornado warning, we'll pop on immediately. I know I'm looking at some different things right now. I see some of these temperatures a little bit warmer in spots down there toward areas like Pasco County. They're sitting there pretty warm, and in Hernando County around Brooksville, they're at 80 degrees right now as I move the map down just a little bit. So that's interesting to see there for sure. We'll keep you guys advised back about 9 minutes or so with more information unless we get another tornado warning to pop up. But we very well could see another severe thunderstorm warning issued as we're looking toward parts of the Big Bend region here on this Wednesday morning, January 25th, 2023. By the way, that tornado back in 2021, I was looking it up during our break between, that was on January 27th, so almost the same time of year there with that pattern setting up. That was a margin rest day, so a little bit less advertised than what happened today, and that warning situation stayed in play longer with the tornado warnings, but still interesting. As we get an update from the Jacksonville office real quick, the squall lines responding to the lack of the surface-based instability, which may limit any storm intensification except most likely Gulf Coast areas. So they're looking to see if they can get any heating to support a mix down at 50 knots winds aloft, and that could support 40-knot gusts. Presently, though, they have elevated storms that they're seeing of a weakened version toward the Jacksonville office, which is not really favors strong wind gusts. But if we get the dew points there and temperatures rising in the mid-70s, then there may be potential for 40 to 50 mile-an-hour gusts there with segments of the line. They'll be monitoring for any intensification as it progresses east. So that might be a good sign that we don't have as many warnings to cover later on. But we'll have to keep watching. We'll keep tracking. We'll be back here in about 9 minutes with more.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back at 11:14. We just got word of a new severe thunderstorm warning being issued. You see it popping up on the screen now for parts of Franklin, Jefferson, Leon, Madison, Taylor, and McCulloch counties till 12:15. Still that tornado possible tag in there as well. We're still watching that threat of some embedded rotations here. Nothing overwhelming at the moment, but we'll keep our eyes on things to see if anything tightens up. There is some action in the Gulf that could try to work its way back on shore here. So let me go ahead kind of show you what we're talking about here. We'll go ahead and show you the view. You can kind of see what we're dealing with. You can kind of get a look at how the orientation of the polygon is. I know we're getting new information in here, so I'm kind of looking here at some of our different sources. I know some information out of poweroutage.us is showing some power outages there in the city of Tallahassee, about 1,000, a little bit more. So may have been tornado related, don't know yet on that, the exact location on where those would have occurred there, but did have some tornadic activity just south of the airport, it looked like there. But it seems like based on some reporting from WTXL, the airport's okay as of the latest information I'm getting in. But also seeing here that there was, it looks like emergency manager reporting, a tornado there earlier based on the damage in Liberty County. 8:34 this morning, damage occurred on County Road 333, about a half mile down. It looks like Ray Akiva Road. A shed was rolled and there was damage to aluminum roofing material on the underside of a carport. So something to kind of keep in mind here as we're looking at some of these different reports here. Definitely seen some of that damage, and we'll have to see exactly what might have happened there just south near the airport there in Tallahassee. But you see some of these areas of rotation near St. Teresa. We got to be kind of careful down here because I know sometimes the friction with these bands, sometimes as the banding tries to come back over, could get some spin ups. We see that sometimes in tropical systems, so got to be kind of careful here with the topography. See if anything kind of spins up on us there, maybe around St. Teresa. It's almost like we wanted to get a little bit of a debris signature there, but I don't think that matches perfectly, does it? No, kind of does, actually. So we'll have to be kind of careful. It's on the edge, but we'll see what the Weather Service thinks. If they tell us anything, we'll pass that along to you. But again, just continuing to watch here as this situation does continue to go further off toward the east here. Again, parts of Madison and parts of Taylor counties now into this morning till 12:15. We have St. Mark's, we have Woodville, we have Perry, we have Crawfordville, McCulloch, Greenville, Newport, Cody, over toward it looks like Eve, Lamont, Cabbage Grove, Thomas City, Panacea, Scanlon, Medar, Wakena, and Washissa into this warning here. And the tornado watch still to noon, but the thunderstorm warning goes to 12:15. Tornado watch doesn't go into Madison and Taylor like it does Jefferson, there, Leon, McCulloch. But at least Crawfordville, things are starting to look better now. You still get some rain there in toward that area. You're still getting some rain in toward that area, but toward Tallahassee, things are also looking better. A little bit lighter rain up there. So some of that rain not staying around quite as long as it could have, stalling out per se. But we still got quite a bit of rain down here toward McCulloch County, 2 inches or so in some of these spots. And these spots to the north, we got a pretty good amount as well. It might not be showing up quite as good because of the way the radar is hitting things, but we're just continuing to watch things here in the weather center. I know this is a pretty rural area, so once we get tornado warnings, I might take a little bit more of a break here in terms of doing some more 9-minute breaks or 5-minute breaks, something like that here over the next little bit, unless of course we get a tornado warning, because this is a pretty rural area that we're starting to enter into now, especially south of the interstate down here until we get to about Perry. Then it might start getting more populated, and we'll have to see if the warning continues at that point or not, based on the different parameter levels. This is kind of a slow-moving situation otherwise. But you got to watch here. These spin-ups here could be problematic if something like this were to come in on us here towards St. Teresa, because these different areas here rotate and try to kind of promote yourself a little bit. And you can kind of see what I'm talking about, maybe trying to edge on in. So got to be kind of careful here over the next little bit as we're watching the progress of things. You don't want to be letting your guard down here for sure in this type of situation. These little spin-ups could occur. This banding here, you see some of the stronger winds could try to come in, knock a little bit of power out as they try to enter in towards some of these areas, move in towards some of these zones here, generally south of I-10. So again, that's the thing. It's pretty rural out here as we're getting further away from Crawfordville and west of Perry and south of I-10. So That's kind of the good news here as we're watching the situation. Right now, I still have gusty winds out ahead of things. You see some different gusts here, 25 Lake City, 29 Gainesville. So we'll just keep watching, keep tracking here. You have more stuff in the Gulf. We'll have to see how this kind of comes into the picture, see how much instability is left. Jacksonville office not sure how much will be left. I know there'll be a decision to make here once this gets off toward the Swanee River Valley, because as we get further over to the east, we're talking about Jacksonville counties versus Tallahassee counties here. And that'll mean maybe just a reevaluation of how the storms are looking to see if warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings are required. Of course, tornado warnings will kind of be on a case by case based on rotation, I would think. But severe thunderstorm warnings, if the winds aren't maybe looking as strong down to the surface, maybe they don't issue them as much here, as much in a widespread manner. As we get further east, it'll be kind of interesting to see, because we're not seeing a lot of the wind damage reports necessarily outside of maybe tornadoes touching down. So kind of interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see if we get some more reporting in, because then if we start getting some more reports from back behind, could back up and maybe justify some of the warnings to the east based on the different looks that we get on the Doppler radar images. So this is kind of interesting to see. Severe thunderstorm warning until 12:15 for parts of Franklin, Jefferson, Leon, Madison, Taylor, and McCullough. Got to watch these quick spin ups here that could try to emerge in terms of some tornadic activity, but nothing right now, right away, really showing up all that tight. So that's the good news here. But we got to stay on guard after what we saw earlier toward Leon County and the Ward areas near the airport. Got that quick spin up to emerge on us there, a tornado touching down in that vicinity. Don't know the extent of the damage, but right now I haven't heard anything too significant. I haven't heard anything actually, but I think we would have heard about stuff if there's anything really significant by now. So it would be kind of interesting to see how the situation plays itself out over the next little bit here as we're monitoring things. Again, a tornado that's touching down near the airport on the 25th here of 2023. We had one on the 27th there over the airport, really, in 2021. So definitely interesting to get that kind of rerun here in some regard here. There's a little bit different structure, a little bit more in the way of a marginal risk versus a slight risk here. And we actually had more tornado warnings there for that area. It really had a bunch of extensions with it. Stayed in progress really for a while. So not quite as serious in this situation right now, but still, when you get a tornado warning to verify in Leon County, that's still a big deal, and that's why we always take these situations seriously here in the Weather Center. Be back in 9 minutes unless we get more information in. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center about 11:31 on this Wednesday. So tracking that severe thunderstorm warning in play for parts of Franklin, parts of Jefferson, parts of Leon, parts of Madison, and Taylor counties here. And that goes until even McCullough till about 12:15. So we just gotta watch here. This potential for some damaging winds here in this area. I'll go ahead and zoom in here on our other Doppler mode. You can see what we're doing with as we're getting this past Crawfordville. You can see some rotation even just off the coast of St. Teresa. Gotta be kind of careful, make sure we don't get a quick spin up tornado here moving in towards some of these areas here along coastal McCullough County here. I know this isn't really a threat anymore for Crawfordville. Things are looking better over there unless something really just goes way north on us like what happened earlier toward Tallahassee, but I don't think it would quite do that here at this point from this distance. But that's the good news for Crawfordville. But yeah, McCullough Beach, you got to watch there still because some of this stuff could still try to work its way in as this is moving off toward the north and east. You can see as I'm going back and forth, kind of scrubbing here in the timeline. You can see here this area of green and red trying to work its way on in. So we have to just kind of be mindful here, kind of be watching the situation. I know looking for any kind of debris. I don't really see anything in terms of anything over land at least. Of course, we could have some water being lifted up though, and not out of the question here right on the edge. I mean, I never know. Could have an issue here over the next little bit as we get towards some of these coastal areas. So, I know I've been talking for a while now, so sorry if I'm losing my voice here from time to time. Just on my man band, we're trying to keep you guys safe and informed. We're trying to give you that vital information to protect you, your friends, and your family here on this Wednesday morning. I know pretty rural areas out here in points, but many points really are rural. But we have a few populated areas that need to be kind of discussed here. And there's still people that live in the rural areas too. It's just we don't have tornado warnings. We're not quite as concerned, but this could be something that gets one here over the next little bit, depending on what the weather service kind of thinks of this here. I know that arrows here aren't quite in the right direction. The one pointed southeast, but you can kind of see that northeasterly movement here. Could be right there, headed toward areas just in there, just a little bit. Be close to Highway 98, US Highway 98 over the next few minutes. They're right in that coastal zone as we're just looking on in towards St. Teresa. So that's something to kind of keep our eyes on here. I know it's interesting with the topography and the geography here. A lot of other areas, things don't look all that strong right now. The warning goes on further up, but a lot of that's for what's coming in back out of the Gulf with the direction here. So I know seeing some different reports now. It looks like trees reported down on Victory Garden Road. I don't know where that is exactly, but somewhere in the Tallahassee jurisdiction. It's being reported by a listener there on WWOF radio, I assume, there toward the areas there in the Tallahassee region anyway. So again, just continuing to watch things here. We're looking at some of our Doppler trends still. You can see south of St. Teresa, watching things, just seeing if anything tries to come into play. Otherwise, things don't look all that active right now. We did get a new update from the Storm Prediction Center here, though, recently. So let's go ahead and give you guys that. It just came down a few moments ago. So the yellow area is still where we have that 15% severe wind risk. I know in Georgia, maybe the threat isn't as high as in Florida because of the lesser instability up there. We'll see how things kind of work themselves out. But I know our tornado parameters here not really that high. Our supercell composite shows up some though, and then our energy values, well, they're not really in play, but as you get further east they are, and have to see if any of that kind of mixes with us here. In terms of the tornado threat, it's pretty low and more confined to the east here. See if anything kind of comes together. It's not zero, so we got to still pay attention here today, even though it's not an overwhelming threat. I definitely just got to keep watching here as we're monitoring the situation here. On this Wednesday morning, January 25th, 2023. I know January 27th, 2021. I believe that was also a Wednesday morning. We ended up having a situation there where we had a tornado at the airport in Tallahassee. This one came very close to the airport here. Pretty similar time of day as well. So definitely interesting here how similar things were there. A little bit of deja vu here for sure. On this Wednesday morning, not in a good way. In some regards, though, from what I've seen so far, it doesn't seem like we had really much damage from the one near the airport, but it still could take a little while. It still could take a little while here to get the response really in terms of maybe just to figure out the scope of things. But it didn't seem like a touchdown in Tallahassee. If it touchdown right in Tallahassee, I think we would have already heard a lot more right about what happened in terms of reports there from the Weather Service and different social media reports and the like. So we'll keep checking. It's just one man band, so I could be missing something, but I haven't seen anything in the chat here of anything to that degree, and I have a feeling maybe it just kind of faded away once it got right near the radar there and couldn't really see it. Hopefully it was kind of weakening down. We had it tighten back up just for that one scan. Maybe after the warning was let go. It's really weird because it didn't look like much, and then that one scan said it really tightened up. It's just really tricky with the radar there in that close proximity, but then it kind of faded back away again. So always kind of interesting, always kind of tricky here in these type of situations to have to deal with the different progressions here. Mother Nature really, as we're watching things. I know the winds here right now, we're at east of Stark 7 miles an hour in north central Florida, gusting to 14 earlier, but that's pretty low to the ground, so pretty gusty here at times. That level of wind, maybe not too big of a factor, but a little bit higher level of wind can cause some issues here. Maybe knock a tree limb down, tree branch, knock out power here and there, scattered, probably more isolated fast enough at this point. So again, that's the good news in that regard. I know looking at some different things in Mississippi discussing, they said they're not going to issue a new watch downstream. That kind of got lost in the fact that we were done with the active tornado warning situation around Tallahassee there earlier, but they don't think the parameters are high enough here for a watch downstream. So once noon hits, that tornado watch should go away. So that's something to kind of keep in mind as well as we're looking at that on the board. Some more counties being trimmed here over the next little bit. Potentially, though, they might just go ahead and let it all ride and then cancel it here at noon anyway, because everything will be out of the box, the watch box here at that time and at that point. So that's kind of the storyline there. Let's go ahead and take some more things off here. Make sure you guys get a look at the infrared satellite. Looks like more of the thunderstorm activity. This really tells a story because you don't get the look here as good on radar when we get out further in the Gulf. And you have more of this action down here, so we could have to watch some of these areas here in the coastal Big Bend, and I just have to see how things kind of evolve, closer maybe into the nature coast here. I just have to kind of see how things evolve on us here with the overall movement of some of this, the thunderstorm activity, see if anything's a little more robust down there, because we can't get a good look, and we have a little more heating in points. I mean, some areas are covered in clouds, but there's some heating, I know, trying to come into the picture here. Work its way into the picture. You see the wind direction, the wind's coming out of the south, which tell the story was coming out of the south really here as well, and it's kind of helping to maybe try to, get the atmospheric parameters to come together a little bit more favorably, but your dew points are high, so that's a factor here as well. Definitely a factor. Let's go back to radar. You can see what we're doing with temperatures there right now. Again, looking here at the picture, just trying to see if we get any type of tornado warning here over the next little bit. We have some of that friction. I mean, there's some of that rotation there right off of St. Teresa. I mean, it's really just in toward the land area. I mean, but just off from the name of St. Teresa on our map. I mean, some of our other radar modes, maybe you think it could be some type of contamination. I don't know, but so our rotation mode wouldn't pick up on it any differently if it was contamination or not. But you just never know there. Trying to see. It's in a tricky spot on the radar. It'll be going back, hopefully over the water for a little bit, but then it could come back in. And southeastern, far southeastern Wakulla, Crawfordville looking pretty good at this point, but Tallahassee proper as well. Eastern Leon, southeast Leon's done to this thunderstorm warning though. But you're seeing Wassissa, Wakena there, some gustier winds over the next little bit. You see parts of Taylor County, parts of Madison County with this type of threat as well. So we'll just kind of watch the radar trends here over the next little bit. You don't see a lot of lightning in Georgia. You see some rain up toward Thomasville, toward Barwick, a little bit heavier there maybe. And then some rain in Cook County, you guys, up there in toward that area. Hit so hard the other day. At this point, we're not expecting anything to spin up on us. There wasn't a tornado watch the other day, but we'll have to keep our eyes on things. You never know. That thunder Barwick was showing some rotation, of course. But, I mean, at this point, we're not really expecting much up toward Adele. But, again, Sunday there, the threat wasn't all that high either. So, still stay tuned. I don't want to completely give you the all clear yet in Adele, but the winds will be shifting here pretty soon, and then we'll be able to do so. But right now, not quite able to do that there in Cook County and Adele. So we'll keep our eyes on you guys as well. But no formal warning up there. I don't think. Let me check the advisories, make sure we don't have anything up there. And there's no advisories even up there at this moment. But we'll keep our eyes on things. I know we got an update now from the chat. And this is a little bit of clarification from that WWOF radio listener there. They reported trees down on Victory Garden Drive, and that's actually 1 mile east of Governor Square Mall. So I wonder if that's that area, the little pixel we saw earlier, around 10:36 is when this was apparently happening with that damage. So let me see. I'm sure they went back on the radar and I did the examinations. I'm going to go back, see if we can get back that far on here. I'll try to pull that in if we can. Like, I'm curious. Okay, so that was 10:38 there. The warnings are still in effect. So let's see. Let's go ahead and go in here. So right in there. Okay, that's where that pixel was, right? I mean, that's right when they dropped that warning, actually. So that's a little bit tricky sometimes because it didn't look all that great on radar here close in, but then seemed like the angle here was able to be a little more clear, and that's right where that pixel lined up then. So unfortunately, that says 10:42, so I'm not 100% sure there on the exact time, but it kind of gets tricky in there. Maybe it was out ahead, possibly. Maybe it was. It's possible, but again, we'll just have to kind of see. Might have been a tornado that touched down again in that little area. That'll be something to survey. They're calling it thunderstorm 1 damage for now, but if there's media reports maybe of damage in that area and pictures, something like that, that come on out, and maybe there's more twisting there, then obviously that could change the examination of things. I don't know, but could have just been a downburst too. We'll have to just wait and see. But as we're looking here, you can see east of St. Teresa there. Watching some of that wind there in the Wardette area again, still mentioning that, but still watching really rural areas. I mean, that's what we're not really honing down on anything. And these are just thunderstorm warning conditions here for the most part with the tornado possible tag. So nothing that's really overwhelming right now, but can't completely rule out a quick spin up. So we'll just have to kind of be careful here. We'll just have to be kind of careful here as we're watching the situation progress. So. Again, we're at 11:43 right now here in the timeline, and we're seeing a little bit of lighting in the coast. I don't see as much lighting as I did earlier, so maybe that's a good sign that these storms are trying to work themselves out in terms of the weakening process. I mean, once we get that flow off the Gulf, it'll still be something where we have some instability, but eventually it should start to lose. The storms should start to lose their energy method as we get further in, unless we really get a more destabilization, which right now we're not really seeing, but we are up to 76. Let's look outside right now. Go ahead and take our camera. We'll try to give you that view here outside right now. It looks kind of dark, so we're not getting a lot of that sunshine around as we saw on infrared satellite. We're not really getting that to come into play. So that's the good news here. We're not getting just 80, 81 popping up yet, but I mean, you never know toward the east. As we look at rotation tracker, you see all that rotation there near the coast. Keep our eyes on it. Make sure nothing pops up on us there in the Wardette area. But you see the north again, the winds don't look all that strong, but we gotta watch them not rule out a quick spin up or something. Gotta watch here this little area that comes off now. It may impact areas in the Wakulla Beach / St. Mark's vicinity over the next little bit. So that's something to watch. And that might be something we'll be watching here once we come back. I'm going to have another break, I think, because right now, a lot of the worst reactions over water. We have the warning though, but I think unless we get another tornado warning, the probably will take another 9-minute break, gather more information, see what's going on here with this threat. We still have the tornado watch till noon. That'll change here, and that'll go away at noon. It looks like unless something changes, so that'll be some good news for everybody out there. But gotta keep watching the Doppler radar, even past that, to see how things kind of evolve on us here. And we'll be doing that here in the Weather Center to keep you, your friends, your family protected as you watch live on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, or Twitch.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back here right now in the Weather Center, we're at about 11:54 on this Wednesday. It's just that severe thunderstorm warning on the board for another 20 minutes or so for parts of Franklin, Jefferson, Leon, Madison, Taylor, and McCulloch counties. And a lot of the worst of this right into the coast or just over the water, but still gotta be careful. Could even have a quick spin up tornado on the very southern flank of things. We're watching, we're tracking it for you. So let me go ahead and go back on over here to our zoomed in look at things. You can kind of see here the worst of the southeast of Crawfordville. I'm just trying to get back on shore. I have it on the Moody radar, by the way, switching some things up, and you can still see some of that rotation even from down there higher up. And there's some weak rotation actually here in Brooks County. I know it's not something that we're really seeing pop out right now, but pretty close to that radar up there. We have to watch toward Cook County. I know we have some viewership up there, and I just got to be kind of careful. I don't see anything overwhelming right now, but we've seen things kind of look like this before and then pop up on us. The parameters really aren't there. It doesn't look like here at this point to really get anything going, but they're not zero, and you can kind of see they go between some of these different modes here, or skins, I should say. We see some little areas here, even one near Berlin trying to get going as they go to the other mode. It's in the heavy rain, nothing overwhelming, but it's something to watch. We'll keep our eyes on it here in the Weather Center on this Wednesday morning, almost Wednesday afternoon now. I have about 5 minutes or so as we just continue to watch different things. There's no debris right now on that. We'll just kind of keep looking. You see the lighting here into the coast. Again, a little bit of that electrical energy. It seems like it's slacking off some. I'll check my other mode just to check it, because I know sometimes things look a little bit different, but yeah, the lightning is really slacking off. So it'll be interesting to see if they drop this morning at 12:15. They may keep it because there's just enough energy right near the coast here to get some of this right under the coast, maybe to produce gusts to 60 or even a quick spin up tornado. You just never know. But I know they're talking about maybe damage surveys here in the chat, and Kelly Gotzi just sent a response to an emergency manager here saying, so far any damage reports have been sporadic in Liberty County with no other reported damages. So no surveys are planned. No surveys are planned at this time, but that is pending additional reports later. Now, we did have that report in Leon. I think it was thunderstorm wind damage. It'll be interesting to see if we get any more damage associated with that, because I almost think there might have been a little something there with that rotation trying to respin up real quick, or it could have just been a downburst. It may be obvious that everything's in one direction there and not a circulation, but it was that same spin, so might be something to look at there. I'm not really sure 100%, but this there was about 1 mile there east of Governor Squirrel Mall, that report, about 10:36 or so this morning, with some trees down there on Victory Garden Drive. It might have actually happened closer to 10:40, but this kind of interesting to see how we had that spin there. It was kind of murky after it got past the radar, and then it kind of, right when they dropped that warning, it spun back up for one frame, but then went away. It's really tricky. I mean, when you're right near the radar and then the other radars are too far to really see anything, you're kind of just trying to get a good gauge on things here, and makes things tough sometimes for that radar operator there at the Weather Service. But I'm going to go and have to keep an eye on things. I know we're almost at that lunch hour now. A lot of this stuff is really just right off the water, or excuse me, just under the water, just off the coast, I should be trying to say there. But we'll watch the word Perry. They could be an area here more populated that could get impacted. If they were to issue a warning downstream, maybe it gets into word Perry a little bit more so. I know probably the western parts of Perry, yeah, they are actually included in this, it looks like, but stuff's still pretty far away from Perry at this point. And to the north, again, things don't look all that strong. We have to watch for these little spins, but don't really show up too well on rotation tracker right now. The tornado watch, by the way, goes away in 2 minutes, so I'm going to take off some things real quick. I might be able to see that go away here. Energy's not really showing up with this axe, and yeah, you can look at some of the other energy mode, really kind of pick that out. It shows up a little bit, but there's a super cell composite a little bit more, and then you have your tornado parameters, but there's really not a lot here at this point in terms of those overall storm parameters to keep things going, but there's still enough here to maybe get another warning or two here near the coast, maybe another area here further in later. You never know if we get some energy mixing, if we get a warning or two here or there in that sporadic fast, and it's not out of the question later on even. So it's kind of interesting to see here as it's almost noon now, so let's go ahead and see those yellow areas there and the shaded areas there will be going off the screen here in just a matter of seconds. So that's some good news for everybody here as for watching for that. The tornado watch going away. Doesn't mean the tornado threat's completely over, though. It's just a little bit lower now, but it's not over once this tornado watch goes away here in just a few seconds. So keep that in mind. Got to keep our eyes on things in this type of scenario. Got to kind of pay attention, but I know it'll be interesting to see if we have more damage reports out of Leon County, because I feel like there probably is some damage worth surveying there, but you just never really know, depending on the overall path, and if it was more obvious that it was just straight line winds. We did have it a brief signature on radar, so in theory it seems like a tornado would have touched down, but it was over a wooded area in that one spot. So there's your tornado watch. It's gone now, so that's good news. Probably won't get another tornado watch. Could get some more severe thunderstorm warnings and or maybe even a tornado warning or two, not completely out of the question. And those are obviously more substantial than the watch. Watch means conditions more favorable, now a little bit less favorable, but we had 5 tornadoes touch down back on Sunday in the region, 3 in our covered area, and we didn't have a watch, so still got to pay attention, but the threat isn't as high at this point in the day here as it was here as we were looking toward the peak back on Sunday when we had stuff going toward Adele. But it's still not zero. We still got to watch. We'll be here tracking it all for you. The temperatures, if this was at night, I don't think we'll have to worry as much, but since we have daytime heating here, that can help to destabilize things some. I don't have to really worry, but it's just a matter of, since we have some of this heat in here, could kind of mix and still cause us a little bit of trouble. So we'll just have to kind of see that. You see the wind direction shift in Tallahassee. You're looking good now. You're looking good over toward Camilla and Albany there. The wind shifting. Bainbridge, of course, you're good there. And we're starting to see some of that wind shift around Thomasville, so you're looking better there. It's this little area here toward Adele. We can't completely rule out something here in this embedded area with the red, if something quickly emerges in terms of wind or rotation. I know it's a little bit further north, but it's not completely out of the question. Something could develop out of that. I don't think it's that high of a chance, but it's not zero, so we don't want to completely let our guard down in Adele yet, but hopefully you'll get by on this one without any type of damage like we saw, unfortunately, last time. We did have some damage, but still see a little bit of wind energy. So I would say some gusty winds are possible there. I wouldn't necessarily take any type of precautions here in terms of like severe thunderstorm or tornado, but still just stay inside. I mean, if it's lunchtime here for you, I mean, you probably don't really want to go out in a downpour and gusty winds if you can help it. So that's kind of what we're down with as we're looking there south of Berlin and just west of Barney there. It's not showing much in terms of green right now on the one mode. The other mode is showing some of it, but again, that's not quite the right mode for that. So we'll keep our eyes on it. It's just we're not seeing a whole bunch here on the radar, to be quite honest, right now. I mean, we could get that friction to spin up some stuff into the coast. We've talked about that a lot here during the coverage today. When you have this warning in play, and then we have that's the marine warning in play as well down toward areas there in the Gulf of Mexico. We'll zoom out real quickly on the other side of this to talk about. We haven't talked about it in a while. The winter side, the other low pressure. There's Cincinnati now. I know they have a big game on Sunday going out to Kansas City, but it's going to be cold for that one. It looks like in Kansas City, colder than the game San Fran's going to have in Philly. But you can see all the snow here on the other side of this. Had all this in Missouri earlier, southern Missouri more so than other parts of Missouri in some regards. Southern Missouri, northern Arkansas really getting hammered. And power outages there, even mounting in towards some of those areas. So that's noteworthy. But the severe side here is what we're tracking. The one severe thunderstorm warning right now. The warmer temperatures down here. And that wind direction help fueling things. But again, I was trying to see exactly how things are going with these Doppler scans. Again, trying to see how things are going with the outlooks here. I know you can see our tornado threat is still there in that low-end variety. The wind threat here, low-end variety, a little bit higher, but still nothing overwhelming. Could have a little bit of pond in the water on the roadways here. That's something to keep an eye on here as well. So we'll just kind of have to see how that kind of goes with us here as the situation progresses. Now, if we don't get an extension on the warning here for 12:15, we may wrap this up here and just come back if and as necessary, because I don't know if we need to really stay on. If we just have significant weather advisories in play or not. I probably wouldn't, especially without a tornado watch. I don't think we would, unless it's something that pops up real quick. We'll probably give it a few extra minutes past the 12:15 to make sure we don't extend it out again. It could be enough of a reason to extend it, since the reporting may not be good enough out there to really get that in real time right into the coast. But again, it's something to kind of keep our eyes on Just trying to see exactly how things are going. We almost look like we have like side lobe contamination or something. I don't know if that's really what that is though. Right near the coast, but we're just gonna keep our eyes on this here. Yeah, the wind. I mean, it's still there and it's trying to work its way in. It's just having trouble. I mean, it's almost having more trouble. It seems like once we get toward the Big Bend, further over there, and toward Taylor, but we might go ahead and extend this out just to be on the safe side here. We'll see. It's just a really slow moving situation, folks. I mean, the movement here not all that fast with this, but at least Tallahassee has the all clear. Quincy has the all clear there. That's good news for those folks in toward those areas, further west in toward the Big Bend region. Now, if you're wondering here in terms of that timeline, I know, let me see if we have an update on that for you. Let me go ahead and see what we have in terms of our model guidance. I'll go ahead and see what I can give you guys. I mean, see, I'll run this out here and we'll be able to look. So that's 10 a.m. there, and let's see, so that's 11, that's noon. It's matching up pretty good. So let me go ahead and switch over to that then. Go ahead and switch over. You can see it's matching up pretty good there. I mean, you can't even see it because it's underneath the radar, but there's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. It looks more robust than it actually is there on this model. And I mean, this is all the way out to 21Z, folks. This is all the way out here to 4 o'clock, and it still hadn't made it to Lake City. 5 o'clock here, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock now, maybe slowing down a little before it gets just dark on this. I mean, at this point, I would think the values of the reflectivity wouldn't be near this level based on what we're seeing and connotation with what the radar's showing now. But you can see, I mean, this is all the way out here until 9 o'clock tonight, so, and then 10 o'clock. So this is really a slow-moving situation, and I'm hopeful it's a situation where the model's kind of overdoing things some. So we'll just keep watching. Again, the tornado watch is no longer in play, but could still have some more pop-up warnings here on the board. So we're just going to have to keep monitoring things. It's about what the radar is showing almost more in the real time versus what the models are showing at this point. I mean, you want to look at the real-time analysis, but you can see right near the coast, right south of St. Mark, we have a little bit of rotation just coming ashore maybe. Again, down there, no tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning is in play. And just kind of seeing if some of these stronger winds are trying to emerge right near the coast here. We'll just have to kind of see how this develops here over the next little bit. Kind of see how the situation kind of is oriented here. We'll just kind of monitor the progress of this. It's a very slow mover. Again, we keep reiterating that. In fact, let's go ahead and see some other stuff here. Why I know we've been kind of repeating ourselves for a while now. So let's go over some other details here. If we can take you to the graphic system. I want to go ahead and show you guys our enhanced fatigue scale. I know yesterday out toward Texas, I think I saw this when I was trying to post up in our tornado warning situation for Tallahassee earlier on. I believe they said we see up 2 damage toward southeast Texas with that system there toward the Houston area. I'm not 100% sure. I think that's what I saw though in that situation there where I was trying to get it out pretty quick. But definitely some higher end tornado damage toward the west. Now, anything that happened in our area, it seems like right now, would be on the lower scale of things. We'll just kind of have to wait and see. Of course, we're always on for any tornado warning storm to move through any one of our 62 counties. That's so important. We were on for the Leon County action, technically including a little bit of Jefferson at points there. At a point, and then we watched Liberty County that warning. We watched the warning in Georgia as well. Looks like a little bit of damage in Liberty. So kind of interesting to see that. And we're on for the severe thunderstorm warning stuff right now, but threat is dropping as we get further to the east. We have to still watch some of these winds here in this pattern. We're just going to have to keep watching some of these winds here to see how they're evolving on us and just kind of how they're developing here in this type of situation. So let me go ahead and go to the graphics again. I want to see that 7-day. This is from what we had last night, but not really any changes here to make at this point. I have to look at the model guidance. We'll have more on this tomorrow night on our formal update, but you can see here the cool conditions here coming into play. You said it cool weather earlier in the week, and then we warmed up so quick. But see these lows. Some of this could promote freezing conditions here in play, maybe frost as well. That could definitely be an issue there as the winds calm down. And you see some rain chances coming back. We'll have to evaluate these again to see if anything has to go up or go down there. As we look ahead in the timeline, you see 73 behind me here on that Tuesday. In fact, I'll kind of just move over just a little bit more. You see 55 there for that low. Averages there a little bit cooler than that, but we're going to be warmer, than those averages here as we're looking today, of course, but then colder than average toward Friday, Saturday morning for sure. So interesting. That roller coaster continues really in the weather picture as we look ahead and toward that timeline. So just kind of interesting to see that. I see a little bit more lightning here. I mean, this is a few, but we'll see if it's enough for an reissue. And some of this stuff, it seems like it wants to keep getting toward Taylor County, but it's taking its time because it's moving so slow, and then it kind of falls apart once it tries to get closer toward the land. So maybe it'll kind of help to weaken this out. We'll see what the decision is here over the next few moments. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee, whether they're going to extend this out or if they're going to drop this warning here for areas of the Big Bend region. You can see the gusts. They haven't really been set up too high. We've had some power outages toward Leon, though, as we mentioned earlier on, according to PowerOutage.us, and a lot of power outages toward northern Arkansas, southern Missouri with the winter storm, more than I would have thought, to be quite honest, out there. So this is kind of interesting as we look at some of the different evaluations here in the Weather Center, looking at some of our different guidance, just trying to get an understanding of the overall scope of things here, both locally, both nationally. It's been such an active last few months. And going back here, going back there all the way in November, I mean, we talked about Hurricane Nicole. Just a busy situation there. Seems like we've been talking for 3 months straight. We've had multiple tornado outbreaks across different areas of the country. Had the local events here. We've had California's issues there. We've had snow toward Buffalo. It just goes on and on here. We had another winter storm, not just the one that dumped so much snow, but the other one that caused just the really cold freeze there and flash freeze really toward areas here of the country as we were getting toward Christmas. I mean, it just seems like it doesn't want to stop, the weather roller coaster really, but hopefully it'll stop here soon, but we still have more to get to, it looks like, as we get toward next week here, some different things. Again, maybe toward the weekend, maybe later next week, we'll see how the models kind of reevaluate things as the system kind of tries to get out of our hair. But you can see here right now, just looking at some of our different wind readings, 100 gusts that are showing up, and I'm at 76 degrees, by the way, just 7 miles an hour east of Stark right now. That sun's going down a little bit later now. The sun's coming up a little bit earlier, but still a pretty short daylight period this time of year. 7:22 a.m. sunrise, 5:59 p.m. sunset here in Bradford County. So it's kind of interesting to keep that in mind as we're looking at different things. I know toward the summertime months, we'll have the summertime storms getting going here as we look ahead. Looking right now outside, though, you don't really see too much here on the camera. You see things are looking pretty cloudy out there, so still getting some of that heating, though, with some of those winds coming in from the south and southwest, kind of helping to heat things up a little bit out there. The barometric pressure 1,014 millibars, so now we're really getting the scope of that. I know toward Tallahassee right now, their barometric pressure at about 1,014 as well, though, and Taylor County there about 1,013. So some of that influence getting further north, and that's why the parameters are falling off, but they're still not zero. And we had an unusual pattern toward the weekend where it's more of a localized situation for us versus a more national setup. We ended up having the 5 tornadoes that we talked about here in the picture. I'll go back to that graphic here now, and we'll go ahead and see exactly what we're talking about there with those tornado touchdowns. We'll have another one of these potentially. Service not so sure, but we'll have to see. We had damage in Leon and Liberty, so that'll be something to be evaluated, at least in some regard. But EF1 here in Colorback on Sunday, EF2 in Cook, and EF1 in Coffee, and EF1 in Bacon, and EF2 in Walton. So interesting. 3 to 5 in our area, 2 of them outside of our covered area. These are the counties we cover, by the way, if you're wondering. We're on for any tornado warning storm to move through any one of these 62 counties. In these type of situations. It's very important for me to be on in these type of situations so I can be your voice here, Roy, to get you through these type of situations. I mean, when I mean that, I mean just kind of that voice to keep you calm. So again, we're just going to keep you guys up to date here on this situation and to see what other reports come on in. I know at points, again, it gets kind of repetitive here in the coverage. Not getting anything new right now, at least on my chat setup here, but we're going to keep on watching the situation. I'll go ahead and I think step off to see, make sure we're getting everything in that we need to from the weather service here real quick. So I'll go ahead and kind of do that. I know it's a one-man band here, so I've been on for a while, so trying to talk the best I can here, but sometimes I lose my voice a little bit after a while of being on here as we try to protect you, your friends, your family here on this Wednesday. So again, just keeping our eyes on things. We're just going to go ahead and check some different things behind the scenes right now. You saw the warning go away for now. Be interesting to see if we get another one to pop up. I'm going to check to see if we're getting any new information here from the weather service. So just kind of bear with me here. It looks like it just came in, so we still are getting information. There's just not much coming out now. They're going with a significant weather advisory until 1:15, and that's the news we want to hear, really. Significant weather advisory for parts of Jefferson, Taylor, Wakulla, and Madison there, it looks like. So I'll go ahead and click on that off the camera here. So we're talking about 50 to 55 mile-an-hour winds. It is below severe limits and still be ready for these to maybe intensify, but Monticello, Perry, Greenville, Deals there, Ebb, Lamont, Hamburg, Nass, Cabbage Grove, Thomas City, Drifton, Scanlon, Lovett, Casablanca, I guess. It's been a long morning into the afternoon now. Waukena, Wassissa Springs, and Hampton Springs. So first time in a while we're not going to have a warning. It doesn't look like on the board in the short term here, unless we get a quick spin up tornado warning situation or a thunderstorm warning is prompted because of the gustier winds coming into the picture. It might give us a little bit of inside baseball on this over the next few moments. So kind of want to just wait here a second. Make sure we don't have any information regarding what their thoughts are. But this is a loop over the last little bit with the progression here. Watching the movement here. Of course, we had those tornado warnings earlier toward Leon County. That was such a tense little time there in the timeline. So I'll go ahead and take off our special weather statement information there for now. Just to kind of see what's going on. We've been switching radars, so maybe skipping some frames there. Yeah, I think it skipped a little bit, but there's your current view. Again, I'm going to go ahead and see what our power outage numbers are looking like. Again, this stuff's a really slow mover here, really east of 25 is what they're saying right now, so it's going to take a while to get across the region. I know I'm going to do a little track on this here right now as I'm off the camera. So east of 25, I mean, that's still maybe 4 hours here from Baker and Bradford counties, give or take. So this is very slow, and hopefully it'll be something that doesn't re-intensify on us. I know in terms of power outages, 1,573 customers in the dark in the state of Florida, 609 customers in Leon County, 90 in Wakulla. So not a very high number, really. And then in the Ward, Georgia, 1,549 customers in the dark, 111 in Ben Hill, 0 in Tipton, Irwin, and some of those around there, Berrien and Cook. But we didn't get a lot of those showing up the other day either, so not expecting too many up there, but could have a few in between. Who knows? Haven't really had too many warnings up in Georgia today, but we've had a couple up there that we've been tracking here for you. But right now, no warnings, not much light in here on the board, so that's the good news. That's what we like to see. Things looking like they're calming down a little bit, but they're still not done here. The chances of severe weather are not zero. We still got to be kind of paying attention here. I'll go ahead and switch back over to our other source here in just 1 second as we go ahead and make sure we have everything set up for you here. I'm going to see that risk area at least one more time. You can get latest updates on this if it kind of zips around. We don't have to come back on over. By the way, looking outside real quick, you can see the darker sky still, but no rain anywhere in sight. But as we go ahead and go on over toward the other mode here, you see the risk area. It could always shift. Hopefully it kind of reduces some more here. But we have these marine warnings. We still have that line, but the winds right now look like they're just under severe limits. But if we get some reports in, then they could issue some new warnings. Or if we get some spin-ups here, that could be an issue here as well for us. You see our rotation tracker. So a little bit of something there southeast of Fitzgerald. I'll go ahead and evaluate some of these areas before we wrap this up, just in case, because it's easier to stay on and come back on in a few minutes after, because yeah, just easier in general on the technical side of things. So I'll go ahead and step back in the shot right now, kind of see exactly what's going on here with the Doppler picture. 12:19 now on this Wednesday afternoon. I know. Real quick, we'll look at FSU, the Florida 511 camera there in the Wardette area, the city of Tallahassee camera shot, and you can kind of see here that things, well, they're coming up, and they are coming up. You can see, looks like maybe somebody, I hope, is turning the corner there. I hope that's all that is, but again, you can see the slick roads out there. As I look at my monitor here, I'm gonna step over because that's kind of interesting shot, actually. Hopefully everything's okay out there. It looks a little bit dangerous, but again, I just got to be kind of watching things here on some of these different perspectives this afternoon for sure as we're looking across the region here. Just gonna have to be watching here. You see our wind potential. The slick road can lead to accidents. Just got to be kind of careful, but you see our wind potential here. That damaging wind threat is still there to some degree, and that spin up tornado risk is still there to some degree as well. So we'll just be watching. We'll be tracking it all for you. And I wanted to evaluate the radar before we wrap it up. You see the more temperatures that were like Williston, and it's interesting. That could cause some issues here possibly later on. We'll see. Hopefully not, but if this was during the night, we wouldn't be as worried. But because the stuff would be kind of falling without getting that extra boost. But it could get a boost here. We'll see. Look at velocity. You see the stuff in the Gulf, but it looks more like it's becoming more one direction here with the wind. It doesn't look as strong, so it's still showing pretty gusty winds, maybe 50-55, but not that 60 variety. And then in Georgia, let's go to the Moody radar. I want to make sure we're looking at things here pretty carefully and really kind of evaluate how things are going on the Doppler. To kind of see exactly what's happening here in terms of those velocity modes. So, again, looking up toward Cook County there, around Adel, seeing exactly what's going on here to see if there's any type of rotation that we need to watch. I know up there the threat shouldn't be as high, but not completely zero. There's a little bit of spin on the Doppler. It's not something, again, that is warned or advisory noted. There's a little bit of spin there. I know this is what it looked like earlier. We were looking, and I'll go ahead and have these frames come on in now. And you can see a little bit of that green and red trying to come together there in Cook County. It's not overwhelming. I don't really see anything in terms of debris, I don't think. And there's a little bit of something there, which is interesting. I know we're kind of trying to load the frames in. We've been switching radars, so got to make sure we load all these frames in. It doesn't look like any debris. I know it looks weird, but I don't think that's anything there. Not in the right spot. So that's the good news. But you're seeing the heavy rain, some gusty winds there. Still be careful around Sparks and Adel. Some of these areas that were hit by the tornado could be extra vulnerable to even winds of 40 miles an hour blowing some things around. So that's something to keep in mind. You don't always get stuff like this a few days after a tornado coming on through. So got to be kind of careful there. Some debris still loose. And you have the gusty winds, that could still be an issue there, a little bit more so than you would generally think there in the Wardette area. So with no formal warnings in play, other than the special marine warning, no formal watch in play, you still got to pay attention. The threat is not over here, but it is reduced here at this point. So we'll be watching, we'll be tracking. If we need to come back on, we will. If we need to post about warnings, if they're maybe a little bit less concerning in terms of severe thunderstorm threats here, then we'll do that on Facebook and Twitter. You have the auto alerts there as well. Get that information as soon as it comes out, whether we're on or not on at Cloud_WD Expert at Tallahassee and Jacksonville Weather Service counties. A little bit different in our covered area in some regard. More counties involved in those. The only one that's not on there that we actually cover is Levy because it's Tampa, and it would fill up a lot more of that Twitter feed if I added the Tampa counties to it. So we just try to kind of keep our eyes, especially out for Levy County. Whenever warnings get issued there, I don't get a lot of them because sometimes the radar coverage isn't good down there, unfortunately. But kind of have to watch things as they progress there in toward that region. A little ways away there from getting toward areas further east, and a pretty good while away from like Levy County. I mean, just to kind of guesstimate this out, I mean, still a few hours probably from Levy County. So maybe like 4 hours. We'll see, depending on the exact movements. So just kind of looking at this here, 3 or 4 hours maybe as we're trying to get an idea on the progression. So no warnings right now except for a marine warning. If we need to be back on, we will. We'll do that here on the different platforms or the live stream, or if we just need a post, we'll do that as we explained there just a moment ago. So thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. We'll see how the damage reports get sorted out. If we need to come back live, we'll be here to protect you, your friends, and your family. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here on this Wednesday morning and now into the afternoon hours.